Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the China Section Global Satellite Event Partner City in Shenzhen. This is Ni Ying from UNCDF. In these sections, we have two panel discussions hosted by Mr. Kai Kelly from World Economic Forum and Ms. Angela Bai from China Alliance of Social Value Investment. Mr. Kai Kelly, please take it from here and start your section.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the session on digital financing for the SDGs. My name is Kai Keller, and I lead the work of the World Economic Forum on the future of financial services in China, here out of our office in Beijing. Welcome to a very timely discussion. 2020 was supposed to be the year of sustainability. We kicked off the decade of delivery, and then, of course, we were hit by an unparalleled health crisis and the global pandemic. So this session will offer an opportunity to take stock. Where are we as we move towards the end of the year? How can we balance the rebuild of economies and the regrowth of jobs with sustainability? Can we balance it at all? I'm delighted to discuss these questions today with an outstanding panel. We have three experts on this topic with us, and I'd like to welcome Ayaz Mita. Ayaz is an emerging market fintech digital finance expert and entrepreneur. He recently co-founded Coconut, a startup that aims to provide aggregation services in the blockchain and crypto market. Ayaz is on the board of directors of several fintechs and financial institutions that are engaged in digital transformation. Ayaz, welcome to the panel. Glad to have you with us. We also have Judy Lee from Ernst & Young. Judy is currently working with climate change and sustainability services within Ernst & Young as a green finance leader in Greater China. She has been leading her team to provide issuance assurance services for green bonds, green asset-backed securities, social sustainability bonds, and other securities. Julie, good to have you. Very much looking forward to your comments. And we have Crystal Ge with us from Ping An Group. Crystal is a chief expert and in charge of group ESG-focused transformation, both on sustainable business strategy and management improvement. She developed the responsible investment and insurance strategy framework of the group. Crystal, very much looking forward to your comments. Thanks for joining us. Judy, I want to start this discussion with you. As I mentioned in the introduction, this was supposed to be the year of sustainability. I remember at the World Economic Forum's annual meeting in Davos in January, everybody was talking about sustainability and how businesses can contribute to the sustainability agenda. And of course, then came the pandemic and the economic disruption that we're all living through at the moment, no matter where we are in the world. Where do we stand now? As we rebuild economies and try to get people back to work, are sustainability considerations and the SDGs still front of mind for people? Can we do both? Can we focus on economic growth and the SDGs? Can we balance those two elements? Very much looking forward to your thoughts, Julie.
Thank you, Kai. Thank you for the question. Yes, COVID-19 has been a huge challenge for the entire world. So there is every single country have been influenced, and all the people from different kinds of perspectives, we have the huge impact covering from the pandemic. So how come we can stand now, and what we can do to recover back to work? So actually, I would think about this question from the other side. Well, COVID-19 is a challenge for us. However, from the other part, we can see it's also opportunities for a group of people. What kind of group? The group of responsible investors. Why I say that? So we have a data in April, from March to April this year, there are over 2,800 funds, PE funds, named ESG fund or responsible funds. And these funds, they have been reporting a positive result of an investment, among which there are 400 ESG funds reported that they realized excess return. Why? Why they can achieve this excess return? Because these ESG funds, they will not invest petrochemical industry, aviation, iron and steel, and other high energy consumption sectors. However, they are contributing to the industries of biotechnology, green sector, renewable energy, life science, and etc. And these sectors generate long-term value. And also, these sectors present very good results during this COVID-19 because people realize that under this kind of huge disaster, we need to focus more on sustainability. That's how we see that these over 400 ESG funds report that they realized excess return. So that's why I say for the COVID-19, it is a disaster. It is a challenge for the world. However, it's also a good timing for every single person to think how we can react, how better we can contribute to a long-term sustainability. So now, back to your question, can we do both? Focus on economic growth and SDGs? The answer is definitely yes. Yes, for sure. So this COVID-19 is a very good example for every single person on this earth to think about combination of economic growth and SDGs achievement. So there are many tools, or we say many ways to realize this SDGs achievement. For instance, from the perspectives of investors, institutional investors, they should pay more attention on creating financial tools to support the small and medium enterprises, SMEs, to recover from the influence of COVID-19. There are many ways, like the capital market. There are a huge amount of social bonds have been released early this year. So the social bond issued by the issuers based in mainland China, in Hong Kong, in Singapore, in other countries as well. And the investors from European countries, from US, Australia, and Japan, they are very keen to contribute on this investment. So the financial tools will be very useful to support SMEs recover from the COVID-19. From the other side, for the entrepreneurs, they need to focus on ESG development while they are trying to promote the economic growth. To take care of the employees, to better provide trainings and internal support for the employees and the securities of the region. And also try to think about how to better link the society with the enterprise development. So that's for entrepreneur to focus. And for the government, government need to think about how to better react, how to better issue a reasonable policy to support the economic recovery from the COVID-19. So we see many governments in Asia Pacific, in Europe, already issued several announcements, to further promote responsible investment, or to, reduce reasonable tax for some manufacturers. So these actions and contribution will support every single countries to recover from COVID-19. And for sure, back to the question, yes, we can do both. Focus on economic growth and SDGs.
Thank you, Judy. Love the positive tone you're setting here at the beginning of this panel. You alluded to a whole range of issues that we hopefully get to unpack a bit over the next 40 minutes, because there was a lot in there in what you just said. Before we do that, I want to go to Ayaz quickly, because Judy just made the case that a crisis is actually an opportunity, and the opportunity is in rebuilding businesses in a sustainable way, and being very conscious about aligning a business strategy with ESG criteria. And it seems like the United Nations and the Secretary General was a bit of ahead of the curve when he launched a task force on financing for the digital financing of the SDGs. And I would like to hear from you a bit. What were the major findings of that task force? I know there was a big report that was launched earlier this year. Where are the opportunities in this field?
So thanks a lot, Kai, and I'll try to be as short as I can. I think one of the big findings is that digitalization in many different ways is supporting the SDGs and could be supporting the SDGs even more. And I'm not going to talk about the financial inclusion story that I think everyone here is familiar with over 2 billion people using WeChat Pay and Alipay in China, and also almost 1 million banking agents throughout all the different regions. But I think there's many other things. And to the point that Judy mentioned, it would be impossible to have $1 trillion of green bonds if large data sets and rapid real-time data flows on use of proceeds were not becoming the norm. Carbon markets wouldn't exist without sophisticated digital infrastructure. And perhaps that's one of the areas where digitalization, and in particular blockchain and distributed ledger technologies, are really bringing a lot of innovation, completely disrupting the natural capital asset market, if you'd like. We see a lot of natural capital-backed digital assets being launched, from Carbon Coin to Cedar Coin, that really allow citizens to participate in climate mitigation and climate adaptation in many different ways, and channel their financing towards reforestation efforts and other conservation efforts that really matter to them. We've seen platforms doing a lot of things in that space as well, with applications like the Ant Forest application, but many others. And so in many different ways, these are ways in which digitalization has been contributing to the SDGs. In another space, perhaps, because of the fractionalized payments that digitalization allows, we see that digitalization and digital financing in particular have unlocked access to capital-intensive utilities around the world. And in developing economies, this takes the shape of pay-as-you-go models, rent-to-own models that really unlock access to clean energy, safe water, payment of education and health services. And in more advanced economies, it takes the shape of circular economy models that allows us to co-share the use of office spaces, of bikes, of cars, et cetera, et cetera. And then you see a massive surge in impact and investing, automated robo investing, that also allows citizens to channel their financing towards things that really matter to them in the long term. And so I would say, in short, the findings of the report were that in many different ways, digitalization and digital finance is already enabling the financing of the SDGs. Now, this could really be amplified in many different ways. And what the report did is that it also identified a few catalytic opportunities. And maybe I'll just mention a couple of them. And by catalytic opportunities, we mean really large scale, each one of them being trillions of dollars of that could be rechanneled and repurposed towards sustainable development in different ways. And one of them is to harness the growing pool of savings around the world. We are talking about $23 trillion of global savings that are available today and that are not being used necessarily towards sustainable development and development financing. And there's multiple ways in which one could think about, and I'll give an example later, maybe think about harnessing those savings towards sustainable development and financing of long-term infrastructure and long-term green finance as well. There's obviously a big role that digitalization plays, again, as Judy was saying before, in SME finance, because it helps solve the data asymmetry problems. It really helps perform due diligence and credit assessments in real time at very low marginal costs, and serve the credit need, the $5 trillion gaps of SME finance. And so these are sort of some of the findings. I don't want to be too long in this introductory conversation, but these are some of the findings that the task force has highlighted as major opportunities that could be pursued. And they're not just major in terms of size and scale and volumes. I'm talking about trillions of dollars for each one of these opportunities in terms of scale, but they're also major because they can actually shift the system. They can shift the entire financial system in a way that is more sustainability aligned and more citizen centric in a way. And so this is really what in essence, the report is about. Thank you, Kai.
Thank you, Ayaz. And again, I want to unpack some of these things as we go through the conversation. But let's just connect that back to what Judy shared earlier, because she spoke about the outperformance of ESG funds earlier this year and the inflows that we've seen into those products. And you, of course, spoke about robo-advice and how people can, through technology, take greater control of their financing and align basically their value set with where they're putting their money. But we're throwing big terms around here. We're throwing ESG around. We're talking about SDG financing. Maybe we should just clean that up a bit. So for folks who are new to this, they understand what we're talking about. I'll try, and then you guys correct me if I get it wrong. But when we talk about the financing the SDGs, we talk about investing into companies that deliver products and services that help us reach the goals we set out in the Sustainable Development Goals. When we talk about ESG, we talk about criteria, environmental, social, and governance criteria that help us better understand potential risks that companies might face, and that are material, but that are non-financial risks. So it enhances our understanding of the risk exposure of a company. So they're two different things. But I guess we can, for the purpose of this short panel, agree that if folks take an ESG lens to their investments, they are also, by doing that, advancing the progress we could be making towards the SDGs. Is that a definition that you guys can live with? So just we get everybody on the same page?
Yeah, maybe I can define a little bit. So when we talk about ESG, it contains two parts. One part is for the company itself. It means that the ESG performance, that's what you just mentioned, the KPIs. Usually we say the ESG includes environmental KPIs, social KPIs, and governance KPIs. So this is a performance for the company. Another part is the ESG investment. That's how we say that the investors to select those companies or projects which contain very good ESG performance for investment, or they designed sustainable finance products like a green bond, like what our Ayaz just mentioned, green bond, social bond, sustainability bonds, or green loan, green deposit, green credit, and etc. So this is the ESG investment. So when we say there are two parts for manufacturers, ESG means performance, the companies itself, the performance. For the investors, usually they have a two parts, the performance itself and also the ESG investment activities. And those will contributing to the SDGs achievement. So when we say the ESG investment, we can calculate the environmental benefits, for instance, CO2 emission reduction, energy conservation, the reduction of water conservation, and etc. So all of these things will contributing to the SDGs achievement, as well as the social impacts. So generating jobs, gender balance, improve the percentage of female leaders in the company, or to provide affordable housing to rural region areas, or to provide education opportunities for children, and etc. So these social impacts will generate SDGs as well. So yeah, that's the definition between two parts.
Awesome. Thank you for clarifying that, Judy. I want to stay with you for a second, because you obviously, now that we have clarity on what we're talking about and the outperformance of ESG-focused investments that you spoke to earlier, when you work with companies and you try to help them understand the value of paying greater attention to ESG criteria, what sort of frameworks do companies employ to make sense of that? And what are the sort of strategies you employ to help them get their head around what this means for their business?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So for a company, we help them to work on 3 steps. The first step is to establish governance structure. So the company need to establish a ESG working group or ESG committee group. So usually the board of directors should participate in this ESG group. Some companies, if they pay more attention on ESG issue, the CEO himself or herself will be the leader of this working group. So we need to set up a structure at the beginning. So a ESG working group under the board of directors to provide the strategy, action plan of the company related to ESG. And then to focal point from different departments to join the group to take related tasks. So that's one part, governance structure. Second part, integration. The integration should include the ESG performance KPIs. For manufacturers, if they want to increase their ESG rating, which usually provided by rating agencies, they need to identify the materiality analysis. So which kind of KPIs will be more important for their company. So they do the materiality analysis, and then they need to work out an action plan to improve the ESG performance. This is for manufacturers. And for investors, for institutional investors, the integration means to increase the ESG investment, either to create more ESG investment products or to better integrate the ESG performance into their entire investment procedure. So this is for the integration. And the last but not the least is the reporting. For the company, no matter it's manufacturer or investor, the company need to do a comprehensive reporting with the detailed data. So the data should report their achievements on E, S, and G. And these KPIs will be compared between years. So we can easily see the achievements in different years related to CO2 emission, contribution to climate change mitigation, adaptation, contributing to the social impacts. And of course, we will link with SDGs. So that's the three paths usually we help companies to work on ESG.
Got you. Thank you, Judy. And you spoke a lot about manufacturers. I want to come back to you because you spoke a lot about entrepreneurs and startups, right? You talked about the sharing economy and where the opportunities are there. When you're very plugged into the startup world, of course, and you yourself are founded young companies, within that community, how much awareness is there of the opportunities that this field provides? Of course, you spoke to some of these opportunities, and I think we're all living and using a lot of the technologies that you spoke to already. But in general, is there sufficient awareness within the community of where the opportunities are?
Yeah, I mean, I would say depending on the markets where you find yourself, right? There is opportunity, there is awareness about the opportunity, obviously, around digital innovation and the difference digital innovation can make to people's lives, most certainly. Now, what we see is that depending on the markets, the alignment of the entire fintech ecosystem and digital finance ecosystem with longer term sustainable development objectives and national priorities might differ. And so I think it's a question of, on the one hand, on the supply side, there's a lot of entrepreneurs, innovators that are really building exciting products and exciting innovations, particularly in developing economies that really matter to the communities amongst which they live. And on the other hand, I think it's also about the government shaping that in a way by using a range of financial instruments and other instruments and tools, policy, financial, fiscal that they have in their hands to really influence the kind of innovations that they want and make sure that whatever the fintech ecosystem produces is really aligned with your national priorities. So if your national priority is about green energy and clean energy, for instance, you want to make sure that you nurture a lot of pay-as-you-go models based on solar systems, etc., to really advance the green and clean energy area. If your priority is about sustainable agriculture, then you want to advance things that are based on remote sensing, satellite imagery, and other tools that allow you to do real-time credit and design real-time field-specific, crop-specific insurance products. If it's about SME development, then obviously you want to advance SME finance solutions. So it's really about shaping that ecosystem and connecting it to your national priorities, and allowing then all sorts of entrepreneurs to come up with their own innovations. And that's one of the things we are trying to advance here with a number of countries in this interconnection or interlinkage, if you would like, between national priorities and how you shape the entire innovation ecosystem.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense. I want to come back to the policy question in a bit. But Crystal, glad to have you back. Of course, Ping An is a massive technology company here in China, and Ping An itself has incubated a number of very successful Chinese startups. When you think about the SDG space, what technologies and products do you see as particularly promising in delivering on the ESG agenda? What are you focused on at Ping An?
Oh, thanks, Kai. I'm so sorry. I lost myself almost half of the session, but luckily I catch up. Because Ping An, if you look at this group, it's a kind of finance plus technology, especially. So we have committed to achieving SDG goals through our dual engine, which I have mentioned just now. But today I want to talk about more on technology, such as I will give you some examples. The first one is One Connect. I think a lot of the audience, especially the audience in Singapore, they are very familiar with One Connect. It is a company aimed to delivering our strong fintech capacity and the financial experience to empower other financial institutions, which has greatly promoted the whole financial industry to serve more people and to realize their financial availability for most of the customers. So it's a kind of inclusive finance. Currently, it has served more than I think 85% of all the Chinese commercial banks and also the major banks. And I heard that they are doing a great job in Singapore as well. So I'm looking forward when Connect can play a fantastic role in other parts of Asia and even the other parts of the world. And then secondly, I want to share another example, which is called Lufex Holding. It just go IPO in I think in New York. Actually, it's another part of our inclusive finance role because Lufex is a kind of technology-powered financial, personal financial service. Just now, One Connect is to business, and Lufex is to customers. So currently, Lufex has served is nearly 50 million clients, and 1/3 of the clients, they are the active investors. So it's a kind of to see inclusive finance products we have developed. Then my last example maybe is about our AI ESG platform. It's not a company, but we are going to put more efforts on the ESG platform, because if you're looking at the ESG investment in China, because just now Julie has also mentioned we are in a great lack of the fundamental data, and we don't know which data is useful or the data is accurate. So we leverage our technology on ESG data. Currently, we have finished the development of the platform. It has two functions. The first one is to help the company to do their internal ESG management. Such as they provide the online ESG data collection and the sign-off process. This platform has actually accelerate our internal annual report, which is our ESG report, by 22 days in this February. You know, this February is was the most serious period because of COVID-19 in China. But our reporting cycle was accelerated by 22 days. So you can see technology do play a great job. Then another function for the AI ESG is to support our responsible investment. Now this platform can provide you all the A-listed, it is China A-listed company ESG rating on a quarterly basis. And we have just launched it with Xinhua Finance last weekend. So we are going to share this useful tool to all Chinese investors and also the overseas investors who are interested in China market. Yes.
Thank you, Crystal. You also mentioned, of course, the role of data, and we're definitely going to come back to that later on because I think it's really front of mind for everybody on this panel. But you also, besides the products that you highlighted, alluded to some technologies that might be particularly helpful. And I guess earlier you mentioned robo-advice, for example, as a really powerful tool to help folks gain control of their financing and align their investment decisions with who they are and what they believe in. What sort of technologies should we pay particularly attention to as we think about the role of digitalization and technology in the delivery of SDGs? Are there technologies that are more important than others and that might be more helpful here? Yes, maybe we can start with you.
That's a very sorry. Go ahead, Crystal, and then I'll just follow. Go ahead, please.
It's okay. You go first. I'm going to add that later.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, this is a very complex question, and there's a whole range of technologies in many different ways. When one thinks about automation and sort of real-time decisioning, it's all about artificial intelligence and machine learning. And there's a range of issues that need to be considered when it comes to these types of technologies. Obviously, they carry their own biases, potentially. They can be very powerful in driving efficiency and more inclusion, but also in many other ways, they can also drive exclusion through biases, and particularly biases when they're trained on data sets that don't pertain to the environment where they're being used, but data sets that are foreign from other places and other markets. And I think these are the type of issues that we are now really grappling with in this space in terms of addressing some of these biases. And of course, because they're based on data, you can't disconnect the AI layer with the data layer. So there's issues around the algorithms themselves and how they're designed and whether there's biases that are very often unintended, but that do exist. And we've heard a lot of recent cases with major platforms around some of these biases. And there's also questions of data. Who holds the data? Who owns the data, and data concentration issues. And there's a lot of debates going on right now about global platforms around market power, et cetera, and data concentration. These are the type of issues that we are facing today. And I think the only comment I would make on this is it's really an issue of governance. It's an issue of self-governance to start with at the company level in terms of how your corporate governance arrangements are actually addressing these things. And it's an issue of international governance. And there's a lot of gaps here at the moment. There's no international data regulator in a sense today. And so these are sort of the new gaps we are seeing in the international governance space as well that would need to be filled. Thank you, Guy.
Thank you, Crystal. You also wanted to come in on the technology component.
Yes, I think just now he just mentioned the AI ethical and the AI governance is very fundamental during our journey to SDG goals, because we are going to create an equal world. But AI maybe play a not very positive impact on the journey, even though it is very good role. So yeah, I just want to emphasize this topic during our SDG, the way to our SDG goals. Besides, I do want to mention, apart from AI, machine learning, or the remote imaging, blockchain is actually another very useful kind of technology to empower the data collection and also to make the data more trustful to the investors. But blockchain can only be well used by such as the government or the local government. Actually, we are working together with some local government to leverage blockchain to create the green finance platform in China. So I think it's very promising because I think you have heard of the currently in China we are putting a lot of efforts. I mean, the government putting a lot of efforts to green finance and the carbon neutral. So I think under this policy, a lot of the local government or the central government, they are going to create more platform which is useful for green finance or ESG investing in the coming years. So we think during the journey, we should take good use of all the technology we have, but we also need to put attention to the technology governance and also data governance.
Let's stay on that point for a second. Not only was was thinking about data and who controls data and where does the data sit, but also some of the other trade-offs that we might be facing. And I ask you're the expert, but what I thought when you mentioned, for example, the shared use of resources, be it vehicles, be it office space, particularly in the shared use of transportation modes, that's great, but it has implications for workforce, for example, right? And of course, that touches on a different sustainable development goal. And particularly in California, for example, that debate is very, very hot right now. How do we think about these trade-offs? So we want to leverage all the benefits that technology can bring to this space, but there might be unintended consequences. When we think about data centers, of course, they have a vast carbon footprint. How should we think through that? And where is that discussion at the moment?
So yes, I mean, and that conversation about trade-offs is a much broader conversation in relation to the SDGs in many different ways. The pursuit of one particular SDG could affect another one, and then technology and digitalization and platformication, in a sense, brings this whole range of issues. And so if you think of it, any major digital business, whether it comes from e-commerce, social media, from ride-hailing services and industries, as you were referring to transportation, whether it comes from payments, from search engines, any major global digital business will have very positive effects on the SDGs and could have negative effects as well. So if you think of e-commerce, for example, it's really a driving force behind access to credit for SMEs and access to online markets for SMEs. But at the same time, if you're an SME that receives credit against the assets that you trade on that platform and those assets are not exportable, that means you're locked in. And if you're locked in, it means you're also vulnerable to pressure on your pricing, competing products from affiliate companies of the e-commerce platform, et cetera, et cetera. And then, of course, through the extended supply chain, that platform might also have, or the e-commerce platform might also have impacts through third-party resellers and the entire supply chain on the environment. In the same way, ride-hailing services, since you were talking about transportation, can actually really be a driving force behind the financial inclusion of millions of drivers that now get access to payments, credit, insurance, are able to earn a livelihood. But at the same time, as they scale, you might see that they increase their commissions, wages get suppressed, working conditions worsen, you don't have social protection. And so in many different ways, we're always having to manage that fine balance between the positive effects and the negative effects. And in my view, the only way to really effectively address this, obviously, is through governance. And we've talked a lot, I think Crystal a lot has talked about the ESG frameworks and sort of ESG-based governance of large companies. There's also obviously external regulatory and governance frameworks that apply to a number of companies. And I think it's really understanding all these impacts, and particularly, and I'll just conclude with that, what I mentioned right now in terms of e-commerce and ride-hailing is just looking at them from the perspective of their financial services offering, but then they also have a core business, right? And their core business itself could have a lot of impacts. There's been recent study and research that shows that ride-hailing services actually create more pollution, more air pollution than the trips that they displace through the sharing economy. And so in many ways, we're starting to discover all these different trade-offs, and it's really a very deliberate approach to governing these trade-offs and setting priorities that will allow each country, depending on where they find themselves and what their priorities are, to get the most out of these opportunities and also mitigate as much as they can the negative effects. I hope that answered your question, at least partly.
It does. I want to come back to the platform issue in a second, but let's shift gears for a second. And Judy, I want to come back to you, because we talked about the role of businesses, of entrepreneurship a lot in the delivery of the SDGs. But of course, there needs to be a policy environment in place that is supportive. And you alluded to tax incentives, for example, early on in this discussion already. How can policymakers create a supportive framework for the advancement of the SDGs? What models do you think are particularly successful from a public sector perspective? I have to say at least once, but you're on mute.
Thank you. It's a good question. So let me introduce the situation in Asia Pacific first. So because in Asia Pacific, there are many countries, many governments already take actions on putting the SDG as one of their important agenda on national regulations. For instance, we can say we're starting from China, because China, selected 3 demonstration cities to be the SDG pilot. So Shenzhen, Taiyuan, and Guilin. So these 3 cities represent different meanings. Shenzhen to promote the high technology, the innovation, the fintech solution, the new technique to support SDGs achievement. Taiyuan usually is a middle city and contains a lot of iron steel factories. So Taiyuan is meaning to work on environmental protection, to reduce the traditional energy sector, and how to do the climate transition. And Guilin is a famous tourist city. So Guilin is standing for ecosystem protection, the social impact, and also linking with the contribution to different SDGs, like the securities, local peace, like their local development, and etc. So this is the 3 pillars of SDG development in China. It's very interesting. In addition to this policy, China government also issued a series of green finance and sustainability policies in the recent 5 years. So the China government issued the green bond, and also to support the green credit, and also to support the green investment by public fund and PE fund, etc. So this is policies and regulations released in China recently. And for Singapore, because we are now talking at the Singapore FinTech Festival, Singapore MAS also issued several policies. Earlier this month, the government, the MAS, had just announced the consultation paper regarding the fund managers to conclude climate-related risks. And also, Singapore MAS trying to promote green finance products in Singapore to attract more issuers to issue green financial products, and also to promote the investment here in Singapore. And Hong Kong, we can say Hong Kong just announced this consultation paper for fund managers related to climate as well. So in this consultation paper, we can see the Hong Kong SFC required fund managers to build up the governance, the ESG committee or ESG group under the board of directors, and also encourage them to do their ESG risk management to control the environmental and social risks, and then to improve the ESG investment. And of course, ask them to adopt TCFD when they do the annual reporting. So this is for Hong Kong government. And in addition, we can see that this year, there were many countries announce their carbon neutral target, like Singapore, Korea, Hong Kong, Japan. Most of them, they announced the target by 2050. And China, as the second largest CO2 emission country in the world, they announced the carbon neutral target by 2060. So this carbon neutral target will also containing a series policies of climate transition. So including the carbon nationwide trading market to be established in China, and also other, additional carbon activities to be undertaken by large-scale international enterprises. So this is the policies and regulations undertaken by the government recently to promote the SDGs achievement. So I believe that these efforts taken by government will greatly improve the SDGs as achievement by 2030, for sure.
Thank you, Julie, and thanks particularly for the examples here from China. Yes, I want to come back to you because you spoke about that earlier, right? How do you align an entrepreneurial agenda with a public sector agenda? And you mentioned where that alignment is happening. That's where success happens. We just heard some examples from mainland China, from Hong Kong, from Singapore. Are there any other examples you can offer where the interplay of policy and of entrepreneurial or business activity has been particularly successful in the pursuit of SDGs?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, it's really starting to happen gradually in different places. One of the areas where I do the most work in trying to align this is in Africa, obviously, and there's a major undertaking we're doing right now in Uganda in aligning ICT policies and more broadly innovation policies to the national priorities and national development outcomes that the country is seeking. We see some of that alignment happening in Europe in some of the countries. Netherlands would be sort of a good example of where it's happening. There's others. I haven't seen really a place where it's massively happening as a major success. As you were saying, we heard examples from Singapore, which I think is a place where there's a lot of things that are happening. And so, you know, depending on the countries and level of maturity and depending on where you find yourself, you see more or less alignment. And if this alignment has been happening, it's been very often, I don't want to use the word empirical, but I would say experimental in a sense. It's never been really fully deliberate and fully thought through in a sense. And what we need right now is a more systemic approach and systematic approach to this in terms of really understanding the power that digitalization brings and digital finance brings and harnessing that power towards achieving your national objectives. I'll just give you one example of a project we've been UNCDF and UNDP very much involved with in Bangladesh, which is about financing sustainable infrastructure. One of the problems or challenges in Bangladesh is that the annual budget for sustainable infrastructure investment is in the range of $20 billion. 2/3 of that is being financed through international borrowing and international financial and capital markets with all the high costs that we know and the forex exposure that comes with it, obviously. And if you look at the domestic market, there's $20 billion of savings that are actually available to be repurposed and channeled through that. And one of the projects we're working on is trying to actually advance digital finance innovations and new financial instruments that provide liquidity, consumer protection, ability to aggregate small amounts of micro savings across tens of millions of people into a large pool of investable fund to be able to channel that towards financing of that infrastructure. And we're using blockchain to actually allow citizens to be able to trace in full transparency where their funds are being allocated. And that would allow citizens to actually choose if they want to fund a bridge, if they want to fund a school, a hospital, make a decision on what really matters to them with their money, and at the same time have the benefit of use, and there would be economic distributional effects by paying back dividends to citizens who will have invested. So I think it's those kind of more systemic and large-scale things that are starting to happen. It's just the beginning. I have a few other examples, but I don't want to be taking up all the time. But I think this is sort of starting to happen now in this space, and this is what we need to push forward, maybe a more aggressively in a coordinated manner, and that would make a huge difference in my view. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe we can come back to that at the end of the panel, because there might be a lot of entrepreneurs actually listening to this session who want to understand better of how they need to think about this and what tools they need to have in hand to be successful. Let's come back to that at the end of the session, maybe. Crystal, I want to come back to you. So you gave us some examples earlier of OneConnect, for example, of Lufax, very successful technology companies that were incubated, if you want, within Ping An. What role did policy or push by the government play as you develop these businesses? Was it important? Was it not important? And if it was important, like how did that play out as you built these businesses?
I think the reason why I developed this kind of business is firstly is because of the market. We do see a lot of the investors. Because almost every institutional the financial institution, they are going to do the digital transformation. So we think as Ping An has done this kind of job for around 10 years already. So we want to share this kind of ability to our peers. And from the policy view, we do have seen the government has direct a lot of the resources to other institutions and also the local governor to guide all the kind of financial institutions for digital transformation. Because if we do the digital transformation, that means the financial institution can serve more clients, which was not taken good care of in the past. So we believe as the SDG goals is penetrating very well in China. We think there are a lot of the positive policy coming in the future, such as in Shenzhen, because Shenzhen has just made the legislation on green finance, I think last month. So start from next year, January, all the financial institutions in Shenzhen, they have to do such kind of things.
Thank you. Yes, I want to come back to your notion of platforms and what role they play in this space. And 2020 has certainly been an interesting year in the startup and in the fintech realm. Of course, the pandemic accelerated a lot of dynamics that were probably already underway before COVID hit. But the uptake of digital services, of digital payments, has certainly accelerated vastly, particularly in the West here. In the China context, you had that familiarity with these offerings already before the pandemic. But even here, these things accelerated. And that has certainly benefited, particularly the large fintechs and the large technology providers. For the smaller ones, this year was probably a bit more tricky, right? When you think about financing sources drying up, etc. There was a lot to maneuver this year. And the focus, particularly more recently here in China, but also in the West, has been on the big platforms and their role going forward. There's a lot of questions around how to regulate these platforms, etc. What role do these platforms play? And you already alluded to the challenge around data and who owns data. But what other dynamics should we think about when we think about the role of platforms in the delivery of the SDGs?
Thank you, Kai. So I think I probably preempted the question already in my previous response, but I think these platforms are becoming huge and systemic. I mean, that's one of the effects of digitalization that drives increasing returns to scale and the emergence of these global platforms. And one of the biggest challenges is that these global platforms are having cross-border spillover effects across a range of developing economies and across a range or spectrum of development outcomes in the long term. So I gave examples of, an e-commerce platform being able to solve the SME credit gap and the SME financing challenge that we have. But at the same time, it could actually have other impacts. And if you think of a major global e-commerce platform, for example, in the US, that might decide during the times of sanitary crisis to prioritize the household essentials for the US market, that might impact hundreds of thousands of SMEs sitting in the other parts of the world that are part of that supply chain, just as an example. If you think of other platforms coming from social media or from governments or from other spaces that want to launch digital currencies, private, for example, that might have a lot of positive effects, but also some downsides in terms of stripping developing countries of their macroeconomic tools and monetary policy tools in many different ways. And I think one of the biggest challenges right now is they could actually play a massive positive role in advancing the SDGs, but the governance and the regulation of these platforms is now moving beyond just financial regulation to touch on broader data governance issues and digital governance issues around cybersecurity, data privacy, data governance, biases in algorithms, market concentration, market power. And then it's gradually leading us to the market monopoly conversation as well, which is one of the big conversations that's happening in different jurisdictions right now on antitrust legislation and other issues related to that. And you see all of these things are very connected in a way, because in the end, and one could make this argument, in the end, what we're talking about is whether really these platforms are serving the people and the small businesses that use them as users, as consumers, as borrowers, as lenders, as traders on these platforms in the way that they should, whether they're serving society at large and our longer term objectives in the way that they should. And so in essence, if you strip off all the legal jargon and all the technicalities of digital governance, etc., it's really about how well they're serving society. and different jurisdictions come to this issue from a different viewpoint, and they use different tools to challenge these platforms. And I think what's needed right now is to connect all these dots between financial regulation, digital governance, and broader aspects around competition and antitrust, etc., with the way they serve society. And if you look at the other side of that spectrum, connect the ESG conversation with a broader SDG conversation, because these are different standards, different metrics, and connect all of these. And if you are able to have a governance conversation that's much broader in terms of the range of topics that we address, in terms of the stakeholders that we bring around the table, in understanding and agreeing on these definitions and these views, and we could use the SDG as a framing device for that conversation, we would be able to advance governance innovations that would, again, maximize the positive impact and minimize the negative effects. In many ways, big platforms can amplify impacts and effects, positive and negative. And it's really about harnessing the positive aspects of them. So, it's not about demonizing them necessarily, I would say. They can also drive a lot of positive outcomes. It's really about making sure that the governance framework that allow for that are in place.
Yeah, thank you. We're moving towards the close of the session, and I want to focus the last 5 minutes that we have together on the question of data, because it was raised by all of you. Maybe we can just go around to the virtual table that we're sitting around here. Julie, maybe I start with you. When we think about the importance of data in the delivery of the SDGs and the role of data in facilitating ESG investment, how can we improve data quality? How can we make sure that data is accessible and gets into the hands of those who want to make investment decisions that align with the SDG, ESG agenda?
Yeah. To improve the data quality is a crucial topic for both ESG investment and SDG achievement. So when we say data, we need to think about the two things. Number one, to reporting the data in the scope of the company. We cannot only pick up the headquarters of the company, or we only pick up one branch offices or two enterprises to report the data. We need to make sure that the data will be in line with the annual financial report, meaning that the data cover the entire scope of the group of the company. So this is the scope of the data. That's the first thing. The second thing is a comparison. So the data need to be calculated into different KPIs. So we should calculate these environmental KPIs, social impact, governance structures, representatives, and researcher. And this data will be able to present a full picture of this company's growth. So this data will be able for responsible investors to make decisions and better understand how this company performs from perspective of a long-term value. Yeah, so this is for the data that when we do our usual business, we usually provide the technical suggestions to the company.
Thank you. Krista, do you have any additional ideas on data? 1 minute, please, very short.
Okay. Maybe I want to separate the data for ESG and also for SDG. It's quite different. For ESG, the data is used for the investor to assess, to give the evaluation on the corporates. So we cannot purely rely on the ESG disclosure from the corporates. As the investor, we strongly encourage to do a lot of the stewardship engagement to get more data, the accurate data from the corporates. So on ESG investment, it's not only about technology, but also the investor themselves. They have to build up the ability to dig the useful information. But for SDG, we do believe the government can put a lot of efforts on it, because now we are not lack of data. We just it's just the public sector, they don't have the access to the data from the central government. So if the central government is going to achieve the SDG goals, they can just allocate the different data from different bureaus together and to make sure the platform can link to different parties. So if the government is doing things in this way, we do believe the SDG data is quite easy to get and to achieve our final goals.
Perfect. We have to end here, and I think we could take this conversation on for hours. But I want to thank our three panelists. I asked Judy, Crystal for this very insightful discussion. We unpacked ESG, SDG. We talked a lot about the power of digital technology to deliver on the SDGs. We mentioned some of the trade-offs that we probably have to think through more over the coming months and years. And we talked about the importance of the alignment with the public sector agenda. Thank you to our panelists, and for now, goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone, and friends in Singapore FinTech Forum, and also the friends on YouTube. Good morning, afternoon, evening. I'm Angela, General Secretary of China Alliance Social Value Investment. Short name is CASV. CASV is an NGO dedicated to promote sustainable finance by collaborating with all stakeholders and to build ecosystem. I'm very happy to be the moderator for this panel discussion on climate change and sustainable finance today. And I also feel quite excited and to have 3 great panelists to join me to share the insights with the audience. So I would like to introduce them one by one for our audience online. And Mr. Ge Xing'an, he's the CEO and the president of China Emissions Exchange. Emission Exchange is a very important market infrastructure initiative for carbon emission trading. And also he's the anchor or mastermind for developing a lot of public policies in green finance field in China. So after a while, he can share it's from it's the market builder perspective about what's going on in China. And also the Christopher, a father to a new baby, he's the founding director of the Green Belt and Road Initiative Center, which is the under this International Institute of Green Finance in Beijing. He's a researcher and authored over 100 academic books, as well as those papers in the field of the green finance, innovation, the corporate governance, etc. And the last one definitely is very important, and it's an investor, and also who is in the battlefield for the green finance as well as for the sustainable finance. He's a China anchor, country anchor for International Finance Corporation, IFC. Not only, he gained the great expertise in China, but also in the emerging markets. So very happy to join them for this panel discussion. Climate change and sustainable finance, that's really a big topic. I just started from, the things we all know. Year 2020, that's the warmest, in terms of the temperature in the world, on the record. And also 2019, our carbon emission reached a historical peak. That's a 59.1 gigatons. That means, December 9th, UNEP released the new report, Emissions Gap Report, yearly report. Clearly, it showed us it's despite a dip in greenhouse gas emissions from the COVID-19 pandemic, the world is still heading to a temperature rise about 3 degree category this century, far beyond of the goals cited by the Paris Agreement. It's that's the 2% control, and also for the best pursuit, it's 2.5 degrees centigrade. So it's while the whole world tried to combating against the climate change, the financial gap, it's the biggest challenge. And how to channel this capital through these initiatives and financial instruments and financial policies to support combating this climate change. That's something, so this panel discussion would like to, discuss as a starting point. So instead of, we just go all over, under such a big topic, I would like to invite each of the panelists to share their relevant experience, perhaps just highlight one case and to show where we are. And in order to give us a very real sense, it's from investor perspective, from market building perspective, from research perspective, so where we are. So I really would like to start from our practitioner, Wei Chuan, from IFC. It's I know, over the past decade, you engage a lot of important initiatives in China as well as emerging market. Would you like to share? It's one of the case who you would like to give us a picture, or it's the peak of the iceberg. For the green finance, the sustainable finance, where we are, and from the in reality. Over to you, Wei Chuan.
Thank you, Angela. Thanks for the opening. Let me offer a little bit experience based on what IFC did in certain countries and what we are promoting in the world. So IFC is a private sector arm of the World Bank. We are a global developmental institution, and we've been a front runner to support the countries in the world to create a policy package to green their economies and make catalyst investment to promote financing and investment into climate projects. So according to the IFC estimation, there are more than 29 trillion US dollar investment opportunities in emerging markets over the next decade. So the sectors for those investments include renewable energy, green buildings, public sector, transportations, electric vehicles, wastewater, and and other new initiatives, new opportunities. So this huge green finance gaps will only be bridged if commercial banks adopt strategies and targets to develop green finance products and services to support the economy in the green transition. So IFC has piloted very successful green finance models in countries like China. I'm very fortunate to experience several interesting projects, in China in the green finance space. About 13 years ago, IFC as the first global institution came to China, and we talked to the government, and we got support from the Chinese government, from the global NGOs, and we transferred group capacity building advisory projects to the local commercial banks to help them understand the energy efficiency market potential, to help them develop lending products which are catering to industrial energy efficiency products, renewable projects, and also to support the development of the energy, the energy service management companies. In addition to offering knowledge transfer, we also provided the risk share guarantee to commercial banks to help them, jumpstart from zero to a quite sizable portfolio of green loans. I mean, from a bank's point of view, risk always the largest concern, before they launch any new products. So with our risk coverage, they were much more comfortable and much more willing to start new products. So now, as China becomes a global leader in the climate space, we are really drawing upon our experience learned from China and expanding, this green finance footprints to the world. So we have established a new initiative. This is called the Global Alliance for Green Bank Initiative. This is to basically help the banks in emerging markets to adopt good standards and set up targets to green their portfolio. So we actually have a very aspirational target to help the banks who join the alliance to reach a target by 2013, which is 30% of their portfolio will be in the green space. And not only their loan operations, their own footprint by their staff, by their bank's administration, will also need to be complying with certain carbon targets. And lastly, banks have to comply with or adopt certain disclosure requirements to make sure whatever they do are transparently disclosed to the public, so that can be monitored and that can be tracked. So I hope with IFC's this catalyst efforts, we not only see success in the country, we see collective success in most of the countries in the world. Okay, so let me stop here, and happy to hear other panelists' views.
Thank you very much, Wei-Chuan. It's a very quick question. It's from your real experience. It's for your observation, those counterparties in China financial community. It's what's their attitude, by working on this sustainable finance or green finance, those projects, or do they have any attitude change over the past decades? For your observation, are they passive recipient, or they become more proactive for this engagement?
Very clearly, we see the past started with hesitation, and then going to experiment, and now we see more conviction from the banking community. So I believe a green finance is a very common topic, in most of the boardrooms of the banks. And large banks, medium-sized banks, smaller size banks, they all understand this is important to adopt, their strategy with certain green aspects. So I have no doubt that the awareness in the banking community is very high. However, the capacity is quite different, according to different sophistication of the commercial bank. So I think that's something we're going to continue to support the banking sector in terms of capacity building. Okay, excellent. And thank you very much, Wei-Chuan. I think as Wei-Chuan said, it's China from practitioners' perspective. I think it's following those international foreigners like IFC as well as the other international players. I think that the China financial community, they are playing increasingly, proactive roles to, develop or enlarge this sustainable finance. And then I think it's I would like to turn the floor to Xing An. Xing An is the CEO of China Emissions Exchange. This is very important market infrastructure, right, for this sustainable and green finance. So Xing An, for your experience, what's your experience and observation for this public policy change, as well as for those market infrastructures build up in China? Over to you, Xing An. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, very well. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Angela. My name is Xing An. I work at China Emissions Exchange, Shenzhen. The mission of our business is to curb the carbon emissions in Shenzhen. So we launched the carbon market in Shenzhen in 2013, which is the first carbon market in China. We covered more than 700 companies in the market. And in the past 7 years, we have seen that this market helped to cut the carbon emissions more than 8 million tons of CO2 in absolute term. And the carbon intensity of those companies has dropped by 48%. So this is a huge result of the carbon emission reduction of this
Very
market.
good program, great. Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, the good thing is the growth of those companies who are covered by the carbon market also very impressive. The value added of those companies growed about 90% from 2018 against 2011. So it's a good or a double win for the emissions reduction and the company growth. So we are very happy to see the carbon market help the city to achieve the emissions reduction goal, and also did not control or damp the growth of the companies. To further the development or the reduction of the carbon emissions in the city, this October, Shenzhen People's Congress just adopted a green finance regulation, which is the first green finance law in China. And this regulation specifically set up an obligation for financial institutions to mandatory disclose their environmental information, including the carbon emissions information. I think this is the first mandatory requirement, disclosure requirement for financial institutions, as my knowledge. But this is a great progress in terms of the path of the sustainable finance development. And we are ready to execute it and carry on this regulation from 2022. So, and I trust that the implementation of this green finance regulation is going to big momentum for the carbon emission reduction in Shenzhen. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Xing'an. Yeah, it is a very big progress, for publishing this green finance standard. Just now you mentioned, it as a law. So what about enforcement? Is it voluntary or, mandatory? Is it soft law or, already up to the hard law?
Oh yeah, definitely it's a hard law.
Okay.
It's mandatory, and if you violate it, you will get fined.
Okay.
So
the
penalty measures, also others like credit. Your credit is going to be damaged.
Okay. Further to this, kind of a penalty, is there any incentive, initiative, or scheme built in such green finance law?
Oh yeah, in this regulation, there also set up a package of the encouragement or supporting measures for the financial institutions to develop the green finance in Shenzhen, including the subsidy or credit enhancement, and also the risk assurance, the loss sharing, and the capacity building, talents training, public awards, and also other related supporting policies by the regulators.
Very cool. Thank you very much. Perhaps we will go back for more details later on. Chris, you are a researcher. It's you relay, such, identity just give you a better perspective. You can see a big picture and also have the in-depth, apprehension for what's going on. So for your, it's experience or knowledge, would you like just to share your case or your thoughts regarding to sustainable finance development, combating this climate change, particularly in China? I know you have already based in China for researching for quite several years. Chris, over to you.
Thank you so much, Angela. And it's, of course, a pleasure to be here on this panel and join this very, very exciting conference. So thanks so much for the invitation and the possibility to present something here. So we had, of course, some fantastic speakers already here also on this panel, and I kind of want to echo some of what has been said already. So my background is I'm the director of the Green BRI Center at the International Institute of Green Finance, where we look at the green finance development around the world with a focus on China and, of course, China's outward investments, which are massive, and where China is definitely one of the largest investors throughout the world. And as Xu Weizhuan just said, there are, of course, massive investment needs to meet the infrastructure needs, to meet the also basic needs like water supply, energy supply. And this is, of course, exacerbated in the post-COVID-19 world. Now, of course, the idea is to invest in green, to build back better. And Angela was saying there's not enough money to invest in green. I would say there is too much money in brown investments. It's not the question about the amount of money that is available, but it's about the use of the investments and kind of channeling it away from polluting industries. And we know very well which are the polluting industries in the energy and transport sector, and into green sectors that produce ideally no greenhouse gas emissions, and ideally, of course, also no biodiversity loss, while at the same time providing jobs and social benefits. So this is kind of the target that we have to always have in mind. And I want to highlight and then kind of one of the challenges that we often face as kind of in the green finance world. There's a difference between investment needs and investments. It's very clear what investment needs are, but the question is kind of how do we make investors invest in the right stuff? And the financial sector logic is very simple. Financial sector logic is brutally simple. It's about risks and returns. So the higher the risks, the higher the returns need to be. And what are returns? Returns are revenues minus costs. And so if we want to accelerate green, it is so obvious what we have to do. We have to reduce the cost for green. And I can tell you two things that are really, really successful in doing that. The Chinese green bond catalog is definitely one of those measures that really actually reduce investing in green, because it provides such a standardization for investors who are in the end very pragmatic people. If it's very clear, black and white, what is green and what is not green, they will invest in it because it reduces transaction costs, particularly if you have a bond market, for example, where you also want to trade bonds on a market. So kind of if everybody agrees that this is green, then it's very clear to say we can trade our green stuff and we can invest in green stuff. There's also, and I'm very happy about this, last week, the Ministry of Ecology and Environment backed in China backed a massive study where I was honored to be the lead author, which is called the Green Development Guidance, which also for the Belt and Road Initiative has developed a system, a very systematic categorization of projects into green, yellow, and red projects, depending on their environmental impacts. Now, this, of course, also helps investors to make informed decisions. So that's kind of reducing the cost, making it easy. On the other hand, we have to increase the cost for brown, particularly climate polluting investments. And there, why it's so important, as Xian Ge was mentioning, the development of emission trading systems, putting a price on carbon. Now, if you put a price on carbon, it's very clear that polluting industries become more expensive and green industries become less expensive. Now, kind of, then we have kind of the technology, which is, of course, also providing huge opportunities, particularly in the energy sector, where we see a massive decline in cost for renewable, particularly solar and wind, a cost reduction that was not thought to be possible even 5 years ago. Kind of the result is that by now, any coal-fired power plant will be loss-making within the next few years. So we're not talking about 10 years, we're talking about 2 to 3 years. So fossil fuel investments are not attractive anymore for investors under normal circumstances. Of course, the problem is that governments keep on backing coal-fired power plants and coal-fired power plants investments by giving assurances, by providing guarantees. So here we need kind of the policy support to make the risk of coal-fired power plants not zero, what it is often right now because of the government support, but actually reducing these guarantees that governments often explicitly or implicitly give. So we have to put the risk that brown investments have onto the balance sheet of the investors. And in countries where this has actually happened, we have seen that a trove of financial institutions have decided not to invest in coal or fossil fuels anymore and are actively divesting from fossil fuels. So over 100 financial institutions, some of the largest financial institutions worldwide have said no more fossil fuels for us. And we want to, of course, stop any fossil fuels. The brown stuff, the coal, the oil has to stay as much underground as possible. Anything that we pollute today will haunt us in the future. And so kind of by understanding the risk that financial institutions have, they have divested it. And to give you a very small anecdote, of course, we're looking also at valuation of different companies. And what is very clear is that fossil fuel energy companies have seen a much worse performance than non-fossil fuel sectors. So with that, kind of the investors are already devaluing and kind of putting less money into fossil fuel companies because they know that this is kind of a dinosaur from the past. And so we have to really support it through the green finance system that is, of course, backed by both market and government incentives. And we're seeing some great progress, but we need much faster progress through a lot of cooperation in international standardization.
Yeah, great insights. I think it's the cost. Perhaps that's a very key considerations, right? How to increase the cost for those polluted or those not green companies. How to decrease the cost for those green business. I think that's a big, and also how to bring this risk to build the balance sheet. Just now, it's you mentioned, Chris, about this. We made some progress. I think you refer to China market, right? Particularly for those fossil fuel, those energy companies, the transmission from those not green business to green, the energy, or just to get those traditional fossil fuel business behind, right? And still, we have a long way to go. We have to get close. So if we say there is a 0 to 10, give you a range. So if you look at it, where we are now, it's regarding to, those businesses can effectively address those climate change challenge, and also can transform themselves to embrace those new strategy or business model. Where we are now, 0 to 10, how many scores you're going to give to China? Chris?
So I think that's a fantastic and very, very difficult question to answer.
Yes.
And of course, you would not. And Angela would never ask a simple question. Otherwise, I would not be happy. So I would say the green finance market development in China is very advanced. It has become one of the largest green finance markets for green bonds and green credits and green funds. So there's a lot of kind of systemic development, particularly driven by different regulators. There needs to be much more coordination also between the different regulators. Currently, we still have clean coal in the green industry catalog and also in the current version of the green bond catalog. So from a climate perspective, the green bond and green industry catalog should have improvement and exclude any type of fossil fuel, which currently there is still in. And then, of course, the next question is, how effective is it after you develop a market and have a lot of green funds in your portfolio? The question is, how good are we actually in reducing carbon emissions in an economy? And there we're seeing still a long way to go, and many more signals and many more policies required, and much more divesting from fossil fuels, where we're still seeing investments, and much more into climate action. So, for example, the European Union has a very different approach to address green finance. It has a threshold perspective. If you have more than 100 grams of CO2 emissions, then you will not be a green finance. So something like something very concrete would very much help to drive de facto success of a green finance system in terms of decarbonization of an economy.
Okay, thank you very much. And as we all know, it's very, it's a green growth, and that's very ideal. Sometimes between the green or sustainable finance as well as the economic growth, particularly for short term, this could just go with a very painful trade-off, right? So I think it's the solution is how we can find out those are better off, the do well, do good, those are better off solution in order to, address such complicated things, in an optimized way, and also reduce the cost while we're just moving forward. Thank you very much, Chris. And then it's Xing'an, it's still the question for you. It's when we talk about market infrastructure for sustainable finance, in China, 0 to 10, where we are now. And so what will be your score?
I agree with Chris that green finance development in China is on the fast track of development. The stakeholders of green finance development, including the government, the financial regulators, the financial institutions, and the real economy, are pulling their resources together to make a stronger momentum to push forward the green finance. So I'm very happy to see this has been a tremendous trend in China. But there are also some drawbacks or some shortcomings there. So I would rate 5 for the green finance development in China. But in terms of the size of the green finance market in China, maybe I would like to rate 1 because I see a huge potential there, the growth of China's green finance market. Because in terms of the green loans, we only have 1% of the green loans issued compared with the total bonds issued annually. Maybe the gap or the requirement for the green bonds should be up to 20% or 30%. And it's also the same situation for the green loans. The green loans, the total amount of green loans is huge, 11 trillion of Chinese RMB, but it's also only about 10% of the total loans. Maybe we also thinking about that banks are the 80% of the capital source of all the projects and companies in China. You will see that there are huge potential for the green loan and green bond and other green finance market in terms of the size. So maybe I would like to rate 1, for the size.
Right, Xing'an, China, in terms of the green bond, the total size is already the number 2 in the world. But still, you gave a 1 out of the 10, right, in terms of the size when you evaluate in the current, situation, right? I just want to make sure you give a 1 out of 10. Okay, so see it's how much potential you estimate in the going forward. Okay, and so then it's it's a Weichuan. And so back to those, I know you are experts for equity, fixed income, and also all kinds of the banking and financial instruments, from product design perspective and product development, as well as product launch, financial product launch perspective, 0 to 10, where we are. What will be your scoring?
Thank you, Angela. I think I'm a little bit more optimistic. If you look at China vis-a-vis the other countries in the world, I think China not only had the fastest growth in the last decade in terms of developing green credits, and from the product point of view, China has had the green bond, green ABS, also all kinds of bilateral green loans from other lenders to the banking system. I think China has done a very good job. I think for me, I would give 8 or 9 out of the 10 to the development of the green business for the China. I think we have to be very clear. I mean, climate is a global issue. To address climate change, requires leadership from the large economies. So I think China definitely has basically performed or fulfilled its obligation, being a large economy in the world, to set a demonstration for many other countries. So I think we should be not shy to give China a high score for this leadership. And going forward, from a product point of view, I think China has potential to be innovative in terms of developing new products. I mean, looking at the electric vehicle industry, looking at the how financial institutions are willing to offer leasing or loans to support consumers, SMEs to purchase electric vehicles. It's been very well understood and developed from a market perspective. And something interesting is that we see technology is playing a more important role. Chris also touched upon this. We found a large missing gap is the SMEs. How do we define this SME has a green operation or not? Do they sell green products? That means they are a green SME. Do they adopt paperless system that would justify them an SME? Or they use energy saving electric appliance, that would define them a green SME. So we are working with one of the leading e-commerce companies in China to try to develop an SME green standard. That will basically leverage all the digital footprints of the SMEs and all the behaviors of the SMEs. Try to develop a matrix, to basically map the business activities and user behaviors outside of the SME into a green standards. So I think China has the potential to develop much more innovative products to address certain missing segments in the market. And I believe that's going to be some model for other countries to follow.
Yeah, I think so. We try to share a very good perspective. Particularly leverage this digital technology, particularly AI, the blockchain, the mention it's a cloud or, the big data, and try to build up the metrics and to see what's their carbon footprint or what's their not green in the footprint. I think it will just give a very solid data foundation, right, for us to measure that their risk, and also it's good to do the pricing, right, for those assets or as well as for those financial instruments. Yeah, that's a great perspective. Just now, 3 of you, it's just mentioned a lot of great things and what we have done in China or something like that. But it's still thinking about this global Paris agreement. It's how to effectively control the temperature to 1.5 degrees centigrade, and also how to achieve the commitment made by the China government. I mean, reaching the peak, carbon emission peak by 2030, and the carbon neutralization by 2060. Then just means, from my understanding, going to trigger a very profound change, from business side, public policy side, as well as the people's lifestyle. So I would like to invite your insights, going forward. Still, it's what we're missing now. Is we mentioned a lot of great things. What we're doing are not that great, and still, there is a great gap we need to fill in order to reach that objectives, very ambitious objectives. And also looking forward, what things we need to do differently, or what will be the different things we do, just like, the Chris mentioned about those fossil fuel, business. It's, is it possible for them just to shrink their business and allow the green business flourish or something like that? So I would like to hear, all of your insights. Yeah, Wei-Chuan, it seems you're on the screen. Please go ahead. What do you think?
Sure. Yeah, I think because I have, my bias, right? I work for the developmental financial institution. I look at China, I look at the other parts of the world. I think what China has been successful in terms of a policy-driven climate and compliance-driven climate investment has been very effective in this country. And I think this should be somehow learned by other countries. We actually already organized a knowledge exchange tour by the Chinese central bank and a few leading banks in green finance. To be visited by financial practitioners from the neighboring countries, Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia. They've been constantly learning what China has been delivering and what China has done right in the policy space. And on the other hand, I think China, yes, was benefiting so much from this policy, strong policy, but we need a more market-driven intervention instead of only policy, orientation, right? And particularly, we see, private sector, has not been given equal treatment in terms of allocation of capital and fair policy support. So my personal plea is, I hope the Chinese regulator would have a much more setting up a much level playing field for private sectors to invest in the green space. The subsidy should be much more equally allocated to all the participants. Having the same public sector capital or private sector capital. And we need a policy, but the policy has to be good quality. It has to be effective. We don't want an over policy. We need this exact good policy for the market to develop.
Exactly, right. How to do this transformation from the regulator-driven or policy-driven to market-driven, right? How to bring those private sectors players to be the leading role, to play the leading roles in this market. Yeah, exactly. Wei-Chuan, that's also the exact things Casway, the NGO currently I'm working for, it's has been engaged over the past years. But trust me, a lot of hardship. And so when we approaching those private sectors, forever they're talking about what's the return, and could you just show the alpha, and also it's how we can just integrate, how we can, we are the assets managers, how we can move those assets owners, those the deep pockets, to engage in this market, something like that. But I would like to listen more from Xing-An. What do you think is in the future? Currently, what we're missing, and looking forward, what else we need to do? How we can do it differently or more effectively?
Okay, thank you, Angela. I would say the global harmonization of the sustainable finance taxonomy is essential and a pressing one. And also we need to make this taxonomy aligned with the Paris Agreement, because the problem we are tackling is global, and the capital is global, and the challenge is also global. So we need a global alignment of the taxonomy of what kind of economic activities the sustainable green finance should support to make sure that the green finance could flow to every corner of this planet where we need it. And also the harmonization of the taxonomy together with the environmental information disclosure of the financial institutions could lay the strong ground for the sustainable development of the sustainable finance, because it's going to build a strong commercially viable ecosystem for the sustainable finance to develop on its own momentum, not just the policy-driven, model. So I would say the global harmonization of the taxonomy and also aligned with the Paris Agreement is a very, very important thing. Thank you.
Yeah, it's talking about a commercially viable, it's an environment. Do you think it's, where we are now? I mean, is it reality already? Or, how can we make it, if it's not yet, how we can make it, it's a reality, just to make the dream, walking into the reality. Let me make it a commercial viable. It's because, a lot of those initiatives, those projects, very important for the climate change or sustainable projects, SDGs, still they are long-term and low return and high risk, right? It's how we can make it commercially viable.
I would say that
another very sharp question, but yeah.
Yeah, definitely it's not a reality right now for the sustainable finance to be commercially viable, at least in China. The key thing for us to build such a system is that we need a uniform and transparent system to support the green finance development. The key pillar of it, one of the key pillars is the environmental information disclosure, to make sure that the investors investing money in the true green projects and the green projects produce the true green benefits for the society. And this is one pillar, but also there are other pillars like the education of the asset management or on the green investment capacities, or the willingness, or the mandatory requirement, etc. The supply of the green capitals, and also the information, transparent information disclosure. I think these are two very important key pillars for the commercially viable ecosystem for sustainable finance. Thank you.
Yeah, make a lot of sense, right? The information disclosure, transparency, it means a lot, right? And Chris, it's like to hear your insight. It's what we're making, and also,
I will be.
Yeah, would you like it, Jess? It's Xing'an just now mentioned. It's do you think it's harmonizing a taxonomy in global, or we build up a global, universally accepted is a business catalog for this green finance or sustainable finance? Is it possible? Is it workable? What do you think?
So I think that I will be very short also because time is running out. I want to kind of also address this point, but I think there are 3 points that I want to make on kind of how do we make it possible. I think we have to have an immediate stop in coal investment. That's number one, kind of how to address the climate change through finance. And that's a government mandated stop in that. The second thing is integration of biodiversity and climate. We often forget that biodiversity risks are equally important, and by integrating climate and biodiversity finance, we actually have a huge opportunity to address both. So, for example, through afforestation. And the third thing is, of course, risk integration that has been mentioned before. In terms of a global harmonized standard, I think it is always a dream. I think we have currently very different types of standards. We have process standards like the IFC safeguards. We have input standards like the Chinese green bond catalog that has clear industries. And we have output standards that have thresholds. So integrating those is possible, but requires a lot of negotiation. It's just extremely, extremely hard. And kind of the last thing that you can do as to address climate change, I think also as an individual, I want to highlight 3 things for everyone. Live healthier, bike more, don't take the car, eat less meat, eat more vegetables, and have less choices in your wardrobe. Don't consume so much, but actually clear your mind, don't have too much stuff, declutter your life. You will be happier, and you will, in the end, have a better climate for all of us. So policy, the banks, and of course the individuals.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Since we are almost running out of time, and this is a very intensive and interesting discussion, but I think we just started. It's just a starting point. It's really because we are talking about the big ecosystem, and also there's so many stakeholders and are engaging at the same times, very interactive. And also the China is such a huge market with great potential. So I think it's, once again, I would like to thank the insights shared by the three panelists. And climate change is the common challenge. And I just, panelists mentioned, it's also, capital, it's also a global mobilized, it's assets. So it's how we can effectively leverage this sustainable finance to combating this climate change. That's not only the things for discussion, but it's more likely things for action. So once again, thank you very much, Chris, Xing-An, and Wei Chuan. Thank you very much for insight sharing. And also, this is the panel discussion of climate change sustainable finance, hosted by the UNCDF and moderator, Angela. So I think I would like to wrap up this panel discussion and turn the floor back to the host. Thank you for all of the audience. And thank you very much, Xing-An.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Chris,
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Gregor. I'm glad you could make
Sorry.
it. You could make it.
Hello, everybody. This is Gregor Patterson-Jones from Edinburgh in the UK, and welcome to this session on the blue economy and tech in the blue economy. I run a consultancy based out of Edinburgh, which provides sustainable development, investment, consulting services to DFIs, UN agencies and multilateral development banks around the world. We've been doing a lot of work in the blue economy over the last couple of years and have been working with people who join me on the panel today. Simon Dent from Althelia Morova, Daniel Sadola from PwC in Luxembourg, and Jody Smith from Matanataki in Fiji. And I'm going to give each of them a chance to introduce themselves and speak a little bit about their current activity and the companies that they represent. And then we're going to dive into the discussion proper. So over to you, Simon.
Thank you, Greg. So good morning, everybody. So I'm Simon Dent, and I'm founder and principal around the Sustainable Ocean Fund, which is managed by Morova Natural Capital. Morova is an investment manager with over $8 billion of capital dedicated to sustainable investment. So I'm a reformed investment banker. Basically, I decided that once I finished a career in commodities, that I need to think about what I can do in terms of nature. And having grown up in New Zealand, living off the beach and close to the water and fishing and sailing, I realized that basically the capital that was being invested into the ocean was a tiny fraction of what was making it into other natural capital investments such as agriculture and forestry. And the oceans are an undervalued natural asset. Oceans cover 70% of our planet. They govern the weather, they clean our air, they help feed more than 3 billion people, and they provide a living for millions. But importantly, they're also home to most of the life on Earth, from microscopic algae right through to the blue whale. And for a sustainable planet to exist, we have to have a healthy ocean. So for that reason, since really 2016, we've been working on the Sustainable Ocean Fund. And we've worked with like-minded partners to demonstrate that there are investable opportunities in the blue economy. So the fund today has deployed more than $70 million and is working with both development banks and large investors to show that there's an increasing appetite for the blue economy. And broadly, we invest into three areas: sustainable seafood, which is really best practice aquaculture, best practice wild capture fisheries, and the supply chains that relate to those businesses. The circular economy, which is often around waste and recycle. And then really in the conservation sector, so that's ecotourism, marine protected areas, resilience, and infrastructure. And we look at all of these projects through two lenses, basically, obviously a financial lens, we're a private side fund, but importantly, through an environmental and a social impact lens, where all of our projects need to directly or indirectly improve long-term ocean health. So I can stop there as an introduction, but that's what we're trying to, or we are actually doing on the ground with the Sustainable Ocean Fund.
Great, thanks a lot, Simon. Daniela, PwC took over some of the work that we started on looking at creating an investment platform for the European Commission in the blue economy and creating an environment and an ecosystem within the member states to promote and invest in the blue economy. Tell us a little bit about your work and how that program is continuing across Europe.
Hi, Gregor. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today to talk about the blue economy, which is a very kind of important topic, but also there is a lot going on as well in the sector. So indeed, as you mentioned, you started to work with the European Commission to define the needs for investment in the blue economy. And we as PwC have been awarded the contract actually to run this initiative to make sure it happens and it takes to the market. As introduction for myself, I've been working here at PwC as a consulting director with a specialization on SME support. So all my area of work has been focused on supporting SMEs, accelerating them, helping them to have access to markets and providing assistance for either internationalization or skills or entrepreneurship skills or market entry and commercialization. So through this capacity that we developed here to support SMEs in large-scale programs, plus the fact that as PwC as a network, we have strong presence actually in the blue economy, serving clients all over Europe and globally as well. And we do have also a Maritime Center of Excellence. So through this type of experience, we then were in a position to start running the Blue Invest on behalf of the European Commission. So this project started last year. So it came indeed as what Gregor said, as a consequence of the understanding that there is a gap in investment in the blue economy, especially to SMEs. You know, and those in the so-called valley of death, you know, when they need an investment above 2.5 million up to 15 million euro, which is past the research phase, past the seed funds, and when companies are then to prove themselves on the market, we see that there is less investment available. But not only investment available, it is really a situation of readiness of the SMEs. And we started implementing the Blue Invest and working directly with a lot of SMEs, and this Blue Invest is a community of interest, but it also is an assistance mechanism for SMEs. And what we see with the SMEs is there is a lot of goodwill and a lot of desire to go ahead, but indeed, when it comes to pitching to investors, giving a value proposition to investors, or showing a track record on the market, a lot of the startups, a lot of the SMEs are still in need of help and more experience and more track records. What's interesting also to say about the Blue Invest is our job here is to connect a lot of the investors in the sector, but we also attract all the SMEs. And when we look at this across Europe, we are covering a very kind of varied kind of ecosystem in terms of types of businesses in the blue economy. So we have, you know, the blue economy has several subsectors, and we have a lot of things happening in energy, in sustainability, in cleanup, in aquaculture, in underwater communication. You know, there is a world there to be explored. So I'll stop at that for now, for the introduction, but then I would like to tell you more about what we're doing and then what we see happening with SMEs in the blue economy. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniela. Jody, you've been developing projects specifically in Fiji, the Pacific Island area. Tell us a little bit about the work that Matanataki is doing and how that relates to the blue economy and coral restoration in the region.
Sure. Well, look, firstly, thanks for having me. Greetings from Fiji, Bulavanaka, everybody. So my name's Jody Smith. I'm with Matanataki. We're a private sector company developing businesses here in Fiji. We're very much at the coalface. You can't see my table. You can see a little bit behind me. I'm surrounded by products and ideas, and we're very much hands-on with helping businesses really develop concepts and trying to get them to market and also bring investment to them. So Matanataki was formed about 2 years ago, and we came about as really a result of a program called the Great Sea Reef Resilience Program. So this is a WWF initiated program, and the Landscape Finance Lab, which is a division of WWF Austria, they came to the Pacific, and the Great Sea Reef had been identified as one of the 50 most resilient reefs in the world. So when we are able to stabilize temperatures at 2 degrees, hopefully we can do that. The Great Sea Reef is one of the reefs most likely to survive that warming scenario. So the logic behind what we're doing is that we need to stop the anthropogenic threats to that reef in order to give it a fighting chance against global warming and ocean acidification. So we were put together. I like to use the analogy that the Landscape Finance Lab, Paul Chatterton, who runs it, he built the playground and invited several of us to come in and play. We are 4 partners, so the lab put us together. They are very much our environmental and conservation touchstone, and they provide the support around impact measurement and reporting. We have Ikigai Advisors, and Anton is our finance specialist. Innovent is a third partner, and Innovent are a specialist in incubating businesses in low-income economies. Now, we saw that as actually being our biggest bottleneck and the thing where we'd need most support. And I'm the person on the ground. So my background is in business development and turnaround. I came to Fiji 8 years ago to turn around a failing agricultural business. And it was through that work that I came to working with Matanataki. So we work across a number of sectors. So the key threats that we see, overfishing. We also have waste and pollution runoff, also sedimentation, siltation, and chemical runoff. So it's very broad, but the land-based threats really are the biggest issue. Therefore, we're able to look at the following sectors. So we have waste and plastics management, regenerative agriculture, aquaculture, mariculture, tourism, low carbon transport, and sustainable forestry.
Great. Well, thanks, Jody, Daniel, Simon, for giving us a bit of background. What I really want to talk about now is the challenges for private sector investment and the types of instruments that you might need to invest in these sectors. And a bit of background from the UNCDF side. For those who don't know, the United Nations Capital Development Fund is a sister organization to the UNDP, which has the unique ability amongst UN agencies to lend and provide guarantees to the private sector. So where this becomes useful in the blue economy is where projects are not fully commercial or the risks are too high for private sector entities to invest. Then the UNCDF can provide a line of finance which is either concessional or is taking a greater risk than the private sector would normally to crowd in private sector finance. And this is what we've been doing in the application to the Joint SDG Fund, for example, in Fiji, to allow the Joint SDG Fund to get some money funneled through the UNCDF to put into the types of projects that Matanataki, for example, would be developing. And that will allow then the major risks of those projects from a private sector point of view to be taken away, or at least to be mitigated to the extent that it's then investable by the likes of Simon's fund. So to move on then, and we obviously have a very, very short space of time, so I'll ask each of you to be quite brief. I wanted to ask you each to give an example of a challenge and maybe the way that you're overcoming it on a particular project or a particular investment proposition or a particular sector challenge. And starting with you, Simon, then talking about Sustainable Ocean Fund, give us maybe an example of a type of investment you would look at and what the challenges are around this investment.
Great, thank you, Greg. So yeah, look, I think in the ocean there are a number of challenges, and very quickly I think there's a perception that there aren't proper it's not an area that you can invest into, and I think that that's not true. I mean, we found a broad area of investable opportunities, and we are using some blended finance approaches. We have a guarantee from the USAID that supports some of our debt lending from the fund, but we found that creating a dedicated pool of capital to look at ocean transactions with a team that's resourced sufficiently to structure deals, that's been a very targeted approach, has worked well on the ground. And so I think in terms of one of the most challenging projects that we've been looking at recently is really marine protected areas, and where we're looking at this as a sustainable business model through monetizing user fees, so tourism who enter into the natural habitat and pay for using that type of ecosystem, and then putting that on a sustainable footing so that it can be co-managed, that the resource can be managed through science, protected through enforcement, and then basically be available both for local stakeholders, so livelihoods, for instance, from small-scale fishermen, is protected, but also that it can be funded through a business model which is using a type of ecotourism approach. And so to do that, the challenge there is really to put an economic investment into place to provide enough capital to move the project onto a sustainable footing from an economic basis as well as from an impact basis. So in many cases, move them from a grant reliance process where they're maybe taking $100,000 or $200,000 of grant on a type of annual or 2-year basis. And so what we're looking at is roughly $1 million of investment into marine protected areas in the Caribbean. We're looking at marine protected areas in the Philippines. We're looking at marine protected areas in Asia, for instance, in Cambodia, and basically setting up co-managers, providing a type of professional, dedicated staff, putting in place the best practice procedures, the charging mechanism that is clear and transparent for the operators, the tourism operators, and the hotels, and then making sure that the co-manager has the requisite type of approvals from the government or the state, and then they have the staff to manage the area, and then to look at the science, and then importantly to use it as a platform to provide incremental investment. For instance, to look at the quality of the water, the sources of where sewage and recycling could be achieved to prevent coral degradation, for instance. To look at, for instance, Jody said plastics, and then look further up the chain to see what is actually polluting the marine protected areas that you're invested to in the beginning. So we look at it as a type of completely joined up project and approach that allows us then to look at multiple revenue sources, which equally then reinforces the project over time. We get a return, it's a debt return. We then look at the equity returns from the other projects, and that's how we can create a type of diversified portfolio for the fund, giving us the type of investment hurdles that we need.
Okay, thank you. That's really interesting. Daniela, obviously the European situation is slightly different, not coral reef restoration. There's a lot of R&D that goes on in the European market funded by some of the other programs, H2020, for example. Tell us, what are the sectors that are important now in the European Union, and what are you seeing as the major growth sectors? Maybe you can give us a couple of examples.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, well, as you know, the European Union is financing the EU Green Deal now, so that's the big topic for Europe, how we're going to do the transition to a carbon neutral continent. And obviously the blue economy has a big part to play there, because many of the projects, the business existing in the blue economy touches very closely with the sustainability dimension. So when they're looking at things like blue renewable energy, ocean, wind ocean energy, or wave energy, and so on, this is totally linked to the Green Deal, and also is an area actually that traditionally has more finance. These are projects with a huge capex, and the investment is there. The payback is turning back now. So when you're talking about ocean energy, the projects are normally well financed because of the volume. The scope we're working in terms of the Blue Invest is really to serve the ecosystem of SMEs, the startup ecosystem. As you probably know, the European Union, for example, 5 million jobs are actually dependent on the blue economy. Is only 2% of employment. If you look at other countries and in terms of share of GDP, like China and India, is much higher, but it still is quite significant and is an extremely diverse sector. So when we look in terms of the trend for investment, and our scope is mainly linked to the grants, but also to the VC, a little bit on the PE type of investment as well. What we see from the European Union actually, and discussing with them, is they want to get away from the grant actually, because the grant is financing a lot of early stage, but is not creating the competitiveness you need for the SMEs actually to become more professional and flourish. Also, there is an issue that sometimes grants come with a request for guarantee, and then you have a kind of a circular effect. Well, I don't have the grant, but I don't have the guarantee because I have no finance. So you have a situation there that probably the move to equity is much more interesting for everybody. The other aspect is actually there is a trend now to go to blended finance. So you get institutions like the European Commission, the European Investment Bank, and European Investment Fund to come as the risk capital, let's say, but then you attract private investment as well in the same funds to disburse with SMEs. So the sectors that we see, we have, for example, a pipeline of projects, right? We have on our website for Blue Invest, we publish this pipeline of companies we think are good enough to receive investment and professional enough. And the four main areas that we have in this pipeline are blue energy, but here we're talking about lower pieces of the value chain because you also have all the infrastructure for wind offshore and wave energy, which is from big players. We have coastal and environmental protection, which links also a little bit with what Jody is doing and Simon, what he was mentioned, sustainable fund. We have aquaculture, which is a strong sector as well for obvious reasons. And then you have blue biotechnology, which is very close to aquaculture as well, but we're talking a little bit more about systems to clean the water, to preserve the environment, and also to produce food and algae and things like that. So these are the types of projects that we see happening most. But when we look at the other piece of the puzzle of investment, which is the corporate, and what we see on the investment landscape, for instance, in the US, corporate VCs actually are about half of the investment deals nowadays, so this is going really strong. And in Europe, we're trying to kind of mobilize the corporate VCs as well in the blue economy. And then here, what we see is things more linked to shipping, because shipping is the sector where you have a lot of money already available, but then it's towards the green shipping, fuel efficiency, port cleanup, the things that can make it more efficient and cheaper, and then has a carbon reduction. And then you have things that are much more on the ICT side, so for example, communications, devices for managing ports, or devices for data analysis, space data applied to maritime, you have a number of different things. So it's very mixed, but what we see, the pillars then is the grants, the VCs, the PEs, and then the corporate investment as well are the areas where we see movement.
Great. Jody, I'm going to hand over to you now. And Fiji is obviously a very specific example of the approach to blue economy. And the one thing that I was interested to know, because we've been working on that together, is the area that has come up again and again is waste management. And maybe you can talk a little bit about the specific projects that Matanataki has been working on in waste management and how this relates to coral restoration and the blue economy, even though a lot of the waste management activity is in fact on land. And I think interesting for the audience to know why this is such an important sector when it relates to the blue economy.
Well, we saw waste as being the lowest hanging fruit in terms of return on investment, but also quick runs on the board for environment. So in Fiji, the majority of our waste solutions are not solutions, they're dumps, and they are usually on mangrove or on riverbanks. And they have no leachate control, they're not contained, they're not sanitary. So we have done some scientific analysis of one of the largest coastal dumps, and that is actually the most degraded part of the reef. So that we saw that if we could bring in some solutions which more or less we've developed on our own, which was quite an interesting process, because we're not waste experts, but we have partnered with a waste expert on this. But we just saw that as being a quick return. We definitely are facing challenges. There's backlash here towards sanitary landfills. We've always seen this as a basic building block, but more advanced solutions are what people are looking for. But we have to weigh up things like cost versus government subsidy. So we're really just trying to focus on quick quick solutions. We're also working with upcycling and recycling opportunities. So there's actually there's very little recycling that happens in Fiji. So one of our companies is a fertilizer startup. So it's actually a spin-off company for Fiji's largest liquid waste management company. So they're looking at diverting all of the green waste and the manure waste currently going into landfill and then turning that into a fertilizer, a non-synthetic fertilizer, which can then be used with coastal farmers in, say, sugarcane or rice farming. The idea there is that if these farmers are not using chemicals, they will provide a buffer between the farmers who are using chemicals and the waterways and the coast, because the chemical runoff and also the siltation and the sediment running off from the land is one of the major causes of reef degradation. One other company just to mention is a recycling company. So this company has been in business for 25 years in Fiji. They have been breaking even. They do it out of the goodness of their heart and out of a passion, but they've generally been misunderstood. So I think that's an experience that I think is really important to convey. Things like recycling, it's a real luxury here. People don't recycle here. It's not something people think of. So to bring in these sorts of concepts, you're having to work with, quite large-scale awareness programs as well. So this company, and just to kind of speak to your question about challenges, so this company, we're almost thinking, can we even go on doing this anymore? We don't feel like we're getting anywhere. But when we were able to step in and support them, they said, well, this is the first time in 25 years we've been able to think about what else our business could be. And so they now have this kind of renewed energy and renewed vigor about how they could actually become a model, not just for Fiji, but for the region. So, so to be able to support in that way has been one of the great privileges of what we're doing.
Fantastic, Jody. So, Simon, a question for you. You have a particular mandate in your fund, and you have a particular return hurdle. You have investors in your fund that have particular requirements. If a business wants to come to you that's operating in the blue economy and is looking for finance, what do you need to tell them in terms of what your fund can and can't do?
Yeah, so look, we are like any other fund, right? So the important piece is we need an investable business model. We need to see a business model that makes sense. We need to see engaged stakeholders, engaged management team. I think that I have an old adage that you can't be green or blue if you're in the red. So for a sustainable type of model, you need to have the ability to make an economic return out of that, and that reinforces the impact and the environmental return that we get out of any investment. But I think we shouldn't, the difficulties there, but I mean, most of what we do today out of the Sustainable Ocean Fund is actually investing on land. So everybody says, how can you do an ocean fund, invest in the water? How do you do that? And the reality is that if I'm looking at an investment into fisheries, generally it's in the supply chain. So I'm basically making an investment into processing or the cold chain or the supply chain, and that directly filters through to the small-scale fishermen and improves their living wages and their livelihoods. And it's the same. We talked about plastics. 80% of plastics actually comes from on land. So ocean-bound plastic, 80% of ocean-bound plastic comes from the shore. And so, we are looking at businesses that are on land. We're looking at businesses with a proper investable type of business plan. And then, we have a dedicated pool of capital. So we have a higher, appetite for risk in this sector. So, we are looking and we're creating a specialist type of knowledge in the business. And so we have that ability to, take more risk around these types of businesses in emerging market regions. So that's what we're looking to do.
Fantastic. Daniela, you're running the program Blue Invest. And as far as companies in the European member states are concerned, what advice can you give them based on your experience and running of this program in terms of seeking finance in the member states?
Yeah, no, that's the $1 million question actually, because they are looking for investment, and there are many ways to do that. And what's the type of investment that's right for them? I think if they're looking for grants, the European Union, the European Commission has a lot of programs, as you know well, Horizon 2020, European Innovation Council, and other. You have also the Maritime Fund, the Maritime MFF, which is a fund. So that grants are there, but we don't know for how long. The question is, are the grants going to continue financing up to 2.5 million? Perhaps the grants will be there for much earlier stage and lower tickets as well. So apart from grants, when you're looking more of a private equity investment, then that's where we see the problems. So companies, sometimes they need entrepreneurial skills, because what we see is we have a lot of scientists with brilliant ideas, they know their products extremely well, but then when it comes to getting that technology to the market, to get some traction and say, oh, okay, actually we can make money with this, and therefore an investor would also be willing to support them, is where you see a lot of gaps. So what we are doing with this program is providing coaching actually for free for companies. So at the end of the program, we will have coached 200 SMEs for 10 days, in market access or investment issues. But so the market traction is one point, and the other is the proposition for investors. They need an investment to grow the business. What they're going to do with the money, how they're going to go, and how they're going to bring some return. So there is not a formulaic way to say, okay, that's what you do. You get the investment and you're sorted. But it's rather a process where we analyze their needs, we analyze their readiness to then do a plan with them and try to fill the gaps that the investors are looking for. What helps is the fact we are in touch with both with the investors and the companies. So we're in the middle here. We understand what the investors are looking for, and what we hear from investors is, I have money, I don't have good projects. And then we have the SMEs, which at the same time they're saying, well, there is no money. And then we tell them, well, actually there is, but the point is we need to make you more professional. We need to make you more attractive to make sure this goes. What's great is the fact the trend to invest in sustainability is growing. We are seeing a lot of blue specialized funds going on the market now in a very kind of with the mandate only on the blue economy, like Simon's Fund, for example. Which is great. And then you have government support. You have EIB financing just green transition. So, but they need to up the game. I think that's the main thing for SMEs.
Of course, Jody, I'm going to give you the last word before a very, very quick wrap up. Just very quickly, in 30 seconds, what advice can you give developers who are starting the journey that you started a few years ago in terms of developing prospects for the blue economy? Any particular points or learnings that you've had over the last couple of years that might help other developers in other regions?
I think being prepared to get really down and dirty, to really become quite close with the entrepreneurs that you're working with, because you really do need to form a bond. There's a lot of trust that's needed. So I think that's my main advice.
Okay, thank you. Well, I wanted to thank all of the panelists. I'm just going to end off now with a brief word on blended finance and how the UNCDF is using this in emerging markets. So one of the platforms that the UNCDF uses is the Least Developed Country Investment Platform. And we set this up some time ago as a concessional but commercially priced lending and guarantee platform for SMEs around the world to benefit from having a partner that can do some of the work in assisting in assessing, monitoring and developing projects in not only the blue economy, but generally in things like energy and fintech around the world, by providing a slice of capital that allows private sector investors then to have the risk that they might not be willing to take taken away, but also in some cases, because this is a commercial financial instrument, a loan in most cases, it's sometimes priced at a much lower than commercial rate, which allows then the total cash flow of the business to service a commercial loan or commercial financing, which will be at a commercial rate. So in the case that the blue economy needs to develop, you're always going to have in the early stages of these businesses some requirement for some concessional capital or development capital. Now, sometimes in very, very active markets like the US, this is provided by private investors because there's a very, very active market for that sort of private investment. In other regions, there's not such an active investment market. In the EU, for example, it's very disaggregated because of the member states, different languages, different cultures, different economies, and so forth. And that's why the EU and European Commission has so many facilities to do that. But in other smaller economies, you don't have that. And that's where the UNCDF and other players can come in. So if you are a project developer and you are in one of the regions that the UNCDF operates in, please make contact with the local country office, and no doubt the UNCDF could have a look at your proposition. On top of that, I just wanted to say thank you to the panelists. The blue economy is increasingly important investment sector, is at a very early stage, but everyone is doing what they can to develop the sector, and we're learning as we go along. So thank you for elucidating us on what has been done. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, Jody. And this is where we end off. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody, those who are watching us. As you know, UNCDF has been working in financial inclusion for more than 50 years. This year, we are partnering with Singapore FinTech Festival in a series of events across multiple countries to achieve the common goal of building inclusive digital economies and financially resilient societies. With these events spread across Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Pacific, we plan to develop a global community that shares lessons with each other on specific topics linked to the UNCDF strategy of leaving no one behind in the digital era. In Nepal, we have organized this event where we will discuss about agriculture as being mainstay of the economy in Nepal, where nearly 2/3 of the population is engaged. We also have one discussion on the MSMEs and fintechs. For this Nepal event, in conjunction with Singapore FinTech Festival, I would like to invite respected Governor of Nepal Rashtra Bank, Mr. Mahaprasad Adhikari, the Central Bank of Nepal Governor, for keynote speech. Over to you, Mahaprasad Adhikari, sir.
Thank you, Sharji. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from Kathmandu. It is a great pleasure for me to participate virtually at Singapore FinTech Festival on the theme Building Inclusive and Resilient Economies in the Digital Era. I am aware that since its commencement in 2016, Singapore FinTech Festival has been very successful in bringing together content from Innovation Hub and FinTech Showcase around the globe to provide a forum for exchange ideas and also for providing networking opportunities with industry leaders. For making this happen, Monetary Authority of Singapore is much appreciated for organizing such a pertinent event on an annual basis. I understand that such event helps showcase FinTech activities and are very useful not only to such players, but also to other stakeholders who are working on broader economic area. I would also like to thank UNCDF for organizing parallel events in various countries, including Nepal, and providing me the opportunity to be a part of this event. As Nepal is an agro-based economy, with the sector contributing almost 28% of GDP and livelihood for 2/3 of its population, the theme for discussion today on resilience of local food system leading to food security is very much relevant. In the wake of COVID-19, economies around the world are recovering from first wave of this shock and are gearing up with the fear of a resurgence, which will be reflected in the deadly second wave. In this regard, we are fortunate that we have so much of digital technologies available now to minimize the pain of this shock. Ladies and gentlemen, as highlighted in the Sustainable Development Goal adopted by United Nations in 2015, a sustainable food system lies at the heart of this call and thus demands for major transformation in agriculture and food system in order to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition by 2030. As proclaimed by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, to realize the SDGs, the global food system needs to be reshaped to be more productive, more inclusive of poor and marginalized populations, environmentally sustainable and resilient, and able to deliver healthy and nutritious diet to all. These are complex and systemic challenges that requires the combination of interconnected actions at the local, regional, and global levels. To facilitate achieving this transformation in general, the role of technology is paramount in supporting this process as it enhances production and productivity growth through investment, pricing, marketing, and payment, among others. Among technologies, it is felt fintech can have a far-reaching impact on agriculture and food system. When we talk about agriculture, we also talk about smooth information and financial flows between producer and ultimate customers. In this regard, fintech can play a very crucial role in the process. For example, e-commerce platforms help farmers sell their products. However, these are generally available only in urban areas, with these opportunities are yet to reach to rural farmers. Also, the supply chain for the agriculture products has to be readjusted, with both investment and the farmers having to be empowered to benefit from e-commerce platforms. Also, the key roles of fintech in agriculture are to facilitate agriculture financing, insurance, digital payments, information, food security, and investment opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, the above description poses some challenges. I feel the most prominent issue is regulating and supervising those fintech companies. Given that fintech is broad and covers a functioning of the most of the financial sector, there may be confusion as to the appropriate regulator. That is, will it be under the purview of regulators such as the central bank, financial supervisory authority, insurance authority, or a capital market authority, or will it be by technology authority, such as telecom authority? Whatever be the limitation or the issue at the regulator's end, our role should be to encourage innovation, to promote innovations. Given the dynamic nature of technology, I'm sure that we should expect to see further innovations in the near future. However, we are also careful that the growing digital divide does not grow further to leave people in semi-urban and rural areas behind. Ladies and gentlemen, in Nepal, we have been promoting digital payments. This is in support of the government of Nepal's expression for having digital Nepal framework and embarking on an ambitious journey to transform Nepal through digitalization of the government, economy, and the society. Digital Nepal framework envisions the country transforming real sector activities in agriculture, health, education, energy, tourism, finance, and urban infrastructure to having digital foundation. The overarching ambition is to use digital technologies to support the vision of prosperous Nepal, happy Nepali, and position Nepal for the next phase of its economic and social development. Nepal has enacted an overarching law, Payment and Settlement Act, which clearly states the objective to regulate, supervise, inspect, and oversee to develop a secure, healthy, and efficient payment system of the country. Similarly, there is an established National Payment Board, where the cross-cutting issues of the financial sector we discuss. Coordination of key regulators encourages a safe and sound payment system and ensures public confidence and trust over the payment system. We, as a public sector stakeholder, have a crucial role to play in the development of digital economy. Nepal Rashtra Bank, the Central Bank of Nepal, is committed to develop the digital ecosystem. Connecting fintech with agriculture and food system is not only about digital, it has social, cultural, and economic dimensions. In addition to requirement of Government of Nepal for facilitation G2P, social payments directly to the bank accounts of a concerned individual, the bank has initiated several activities such as a policy to issue specialized Kisan card, directed lending to agriculture sector, policy to promote agriculture bond, and promoting microfinance. These are some of the initiatives taken by Nepalese Central Bank for the promotion of agriculture financing. I'd like to mention further that a real-time gross settlement system for promoting faster settlement of a payment to the payment ecosystem is also in operation. To build inclusive digital economy, Nepal is focusing on expanding digital infrastructure to cover all geography and people. Considering the geographic terrain with difficulty in access, it's been challenging to bring rural population into mainstream of financial system. We are also working to improve digital and financial literacy activities to empower vulnerable population in the country, with one of the NRB's target group being irregular income earners, the farmers. We have also initiated activity to empower the financial consumer through financial consumer protections. Investment and financial market infrastructure from both public and private sector is encouraging these days. At the same time, the number of private sector players coming into the market to provide alternative mode of payments are increasing. The most disruptive event now happened with the unprecedented health crisis of COVID-19. The use of technology, especially on payments and settlement via online or a digital mode, is remarkable during the current difficulties. Considering our agro-based economy, it has become very important for us to connect digital technology with agriculture and food system. We have thousands of agricultural cooperatives operating in rural area with millions of members who are doing savings and credit activities also with cooperatives. We also have impressive penetration of microfinance institutions. These grassroots level financial institutions need further integration with the banks. With advancement in fintech, there are some impressive innovation put in place, which can help in integration. To nurture these, we are also discussing the initiating regulatory sandbox in Nepal. This will allow for the safe testing and regulation of those fintech activities, which can have potential expansion to the whole of the region. I'm glad that the subsequent panel discussion today will discuss on some of the pertinent aspects of the connecting real economy with fintech. I'm sure that the enhanced knowledge will be shared on fintech, which we all can benefit from. I would like to wish a grand success to Singapore FinTech Festival, and would also provide thanks for inviting me to deliver the opening keynote remarks. I wish you all a very productive evening. Thank you all for your kind listening. Thank you.
Thank you, respected Governor, Mr. Adhikari. You highlighted about importance of agriculture in Nepalese economy. Our first panel discussion today is on SOC responsive local agriculture and food system. And for this panel discussion, I would like to invite Ms. Sabnam Sivakuti, who is Agriculture Secretary in Gandaki Province, Nepal, Ms. Mausami Shrestha, who is Director at Srinagar Agro, and Mr. Surendra Raj Joshi, who is Resilient and Livelihoods Specialist at Integrated Center for Mountain Development, EC Mode. Welcome you all. As you know, agriculture in Nepal is vulnerable to climate-induced shocks such as food, flood, landslides, earthquake, glacier lake outburst flood, pests and diseases. The panelists will discuss the main challenges and means to mitigate impact of shocks to vulnerable population. So I would like to start with Ms. Sivakuti, who is Agriculture Secretary of Government of Nepal at Gandaki Province. Ms. Sivakuti, tell us about yourself and your work. What are the specific climate-induced shocks to agriculture and food system in the region you work?
Okay. Namaste, everyone. Good afternoon from Nepal. First of all, thank you, UNCDF and Singapore FinTech for having me here as a panelist. I'm very pleased to be here. I'm Shabnam Sivakuti, and I'm working as the province secretary in one of the 7 provinces in Gandaki province. And as you know that with the new federal structure, there are 3 tiers of the government. And while we deal about the agriculture and local food system, and how these three tier of the government respond to it is very important. So as of now, it's been 3 months that I have joined as a secretary in the province, and through various discussions, I have come out with the preliminary findings that Gandaki, like any other provinces, is very vulnerable to the climate change related shocks. Especially the rainfall pattern here is changing, very excessive rainfall during a certain part of the month, which affects the production, the crops. And also there is a increasing trend of this hailstone, which is very critically affecting the farmers. Similarly, other challenges, because we have 3 distinct regions here, very few plain area in Gandaki province, but mostly hills and mountains. So that makes it even more vulnerable, because Nepal itself is very vulnerable in terms of climate change, comes 13th in the rank, but Gandaki itself is not aloof from these shocks. So these are some of the shocks, and also another emerging is the incidence of pests and diseases and the changing temperature. So our experiences has shown that in the mountain area where we are growing apple, which is major crop here, we have seen that there is the shift of the domain where the crops, the apple was being grown previously. So similarly with the citrus, which is major fruit here, the production domain is slowly changing, and this is putting pressure on the farmers because they are not able to grow the same quality of the crops. So these are the visible changes that we have experienced. And apart from that, there is the other rising temperature. There is new pest and diseases emerging, and the local farmers, they are not able to cope with these changes, which is gradual, which is visual, but there is very little adaptability by the farmers so far. So these are some of the challenges, I would say, in the province.
Thank you, Ms. Sivakoti. I would like to move to Dr. Surendra Joshi, who manages Agriculture Value Chain Program at ICIMOD as well. Mr. Joshi, can you tell us about yourself and your work? Particularly, how do you see shocks that pose threat to agriculture and food systems in Nepal?
Thank you, Sarojji, and good afternoon to all the participants and the panelists. Let me, express my sincere gratitude to UNCDF for offering this opportunity to be in the panel in such a important, event and to discuss the important topic. As you mentioned, I am with ICIMOD, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, and we work in the 8 countries from Afghanistan to Myanmar for improving the well-being of the people in mountains and also the conservation of environment in mountain. So my work is more about resilient livelihood development. And our approach is to come up with a basket of options to reduce the risk that are posed by the climate change and the other factors. So as you know, ICIMOD has come up with the Hindu-Kush-Himalaya assessment, engaging more than 350 researchers and practitioners in the region. And that report says that this region is undergoing rapid change. Even if we manage to maintain 1.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperature, this region will have 2.1 degrees Celsius temperature. So it has in the Himalayas and the Karakoram region. So 0.7 degree more than in other parts of the world. And this has implications to the snow melt, to the glaciers. And as you know, Nepal's agriculture is rain-fed agriculture. And our irrigation is mostly from the stream flow. And the water availability in the stream and the river will have a huge implications with the rapid snow melt and glacier lake outburst. And the major risk which Ms. Sivakoti already highlighted, the extreme weather events, too much, too little water, landslides, glacial lake outburst. These are the major risks. And then the climate change induced risks, like the floods, the long dry spells, drought. So our work is a kind of, more at a knowledge generation, learning, and then working at the interface of the policy, science, and practice. Getting evidences, communicating those evidences in the form of piloting, and then communicating with the policymakers so that there are, evidence-based policies to address those climate shocks and the risks. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Joshi. Yeah, very pertinent that you mentioned about all the works that ICIMOD is doing on research and knowledge generation. Now I would like to move to our other panelist, Ms. Mausami Shrestha, who manages a private agriculture farm called Srinagar Agro Farm. Mausami ji, tell us about yourself and your work, particularly how climate-induced shocks are threatening your business.
Yeah, thank you, Sarojji, for giving me an opportunity to speak few words from the side of the private sector. And thank you, Singapore FinTech and UNCDF for organizing this wonderful program. As far as my background, myself is concerned, and I'm an economic honors with an MBA, and I was a development practitioner in the field of climate change, market system development, renewable energy, sustainable agriculture, energy, and nutrition, and worked with high NGOs like SNV Practical Action and donors at regional level. And now I am a social entrepreneur working together with my husband in Srinagar Agro Group. Srinagar Agro Group consists of farm division with breeder farm, commercial farm, hatchery. And Srinagar Agritech consists of feed division for poultry, cattle, goat, piggery. And then we have another wing called Sri Kishan Innovation Hub, which is the knowledge wing of Srinagar, disseminating innovative practices in agriculture. And we try to compile different kinds of innovative learnings and then try to disseminate it to the farmers at the grassroots level. And we are also running the training and skill development school through this wing. And Golden is the brand that we sell as our products and the products that we collect from our farmers. And we try to sell it through our Golden Fresh Mart and online platforms. So, and Srinagar Agri Center is one-stop solution for the farmers, where we try to supply chicks, feed, technical assistance, access to finance, insurance, and market linkages as a one-stop solution to the farmers. So today, Srinagar is working in an integrated model from farm to fork. So now, coming back to your question, how the climate-induced shocks are threatening our business. In total, agriculture is responsible for 15% of the world's greenhouse gas emission, and nearly 70% of these comes from animal sector. So therefore, a company like ours need to be really careful from now onwards to take corrective measures to mitigate these climate change reactions and actions. So when we do the climate audit in our company, we look into 4 categories. It's like, what are our farm inputs? What is the animal productions, farm logistics, and farm outputs? So when we talk about farm inputs, it's the feed, especially the raw materials that we use for our feed, and it's mostly maize and soya. So we see that when there is a strong climate impact and changes, the raw material supply is highly affected, and it affects the production of our feed. And another thing is the water. So we have to be really careful about the quality and availability of the water when we supply these waters to our animal. So when there is a climate change, we see that there is an effect on this. And another input is the energy. So if there is no regular supply of energy, then we have a problem in farm management. And then comes the production of the animal production. So due to the climate change, the major variance that we are observing is in the temperature, especially when there is a high temperature, there is a huge heat stress. among the animals, especially on the chickens and on the cattle, so which is affecting on a high mortality. So 2.4% of loss is absorbed through the heat stress, which is impacting on the production. And we have been also observing the behavioral changes in our birds and cattle. So because of this, there is a 75% of drop in the reproduction, and we see lots of panting among the birds. So when there's more panting among the birds, more energy is being used by the birds, which means more feed intake than the normal. So these are the few implications that we have been observing among the birds and cattle, so which is directly affecting the production. And then beside the heat, there is an equal threat when there is a decrease in temperature, when there's when it's a very cold weather. So we have been observing a high respiratory illness problems and spread of a disease among the animals. So these are the few issues related to the animal production. And then comes the farm logistic issues. When we talk about the farm logistic issues, it is the transportation, manure management, and when there is a heavy rainfall than expected, when there's a flood, we always face problems in transportation. We cannot transport our animals and milk on time. And there is a huge problem of manure management. It becomes very filthy and dirty. So it affects the whole environment of our farm. And then comes the farm outputs. So because of all these reasons, when there is a problem in production, when the input cost becomes high, when there's a problem in logistics, definitely the market price of the products becomes high. And then who suffers is the consumers. And even the farmers have the production cost increases and the product prices increases. And there is a shortage in supply. So the prices of the goods increases. So then it affects the whole supply chain of the food. So in summary, what I'm trying to say is that the companies like us tend to think that climate change is not a big issue. We being an agricultural company in agriculture sector is not contributing much to a climate change, and all we think that way. But climate change, directly or indirectly, it's very much highly affecting the production. So we have to be very careful and start thinking from today. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Shrestha. Indeed, climate change is affecting us all, and you gave a very good practical sort of implications of climate change to your business. Now I would like to move to Secretary Ms. Sivakoti. Can you give us some examples of government programs that address adaptation to climate change in agriculture sector?
Okay, as our earlier speaker elaborated on what could be the different effect on her business, and also that is similar with the agro food system as a whole. So how the ministry is responding, because we are we're working directly with the farmers, smallholders. So our focus is on how they can best adapt the technologies and how they can minimize their risk, and then how they can cope with the risk. So there are three areas. So we have different programs. Although in the national front, we have different policies in place, the various projects are in place. But coming to Gandaki, we have a very ambitious program. We call it as the Chief Minister Climate Smart Model Village Program, and that is now running in the third year. And in this program, we try to assess the climate risk in the different municipalities. So based on the climate risk criteria, we try to come up with the program and planning, the work plan, where the farmers are supported in various ways so that they can adopt some of the technologies and also minimize their risk. Another area is, so in those villages, we adopt different type of climate smart agriculture practices, use of renewable energy for drying the products or for the solar irrigation. These are some of the examples. And apart from that, we have also been responding farmers, we are affected by these climate shocks through our emergency fund program. It's like we support in the recovery program after those severe climate shocks if the farmers faces. And another area is that we have tried to take the farmers on board through the agriculture insurance program. The federal government has already announced 75% premium on the agriculture insurance, and the Gandaki province has topped it up with 25% premium, so making the agriculture insurance free for the farmers in a way. These, and also we're trying to educate the farmers about the possible risk and how they can mitigate, and also trying to impart them with the information on the early warning system through the agriculture weather predictions. And so these are some of the initiatives we have been trying to come up with. But we also have to focus on the thing that because by the climate change, when the farmers become vulnerable, and then there are other shocks which makes them further vulnerable. For example, there could be the risk of the market, the price fluctuation, and then if they are not able to adopt the technology that increases the production, so there's a production failure there. So other complementary activities and income generation activity has to be focused equally, because only if they have the money to invest, then they will be able to better adapt the technologies and also invest in the mitigation measures. So we kind of, when we talk about what government is doing, so it is kind of a holistic approach, how best we can reach to the farmers. So the support is through the technology, through the financial products, and also trying to bring them to the market through the other digital, bringing the private sectors on board. We're working on more on the holistic approach to address the climate change related shocks.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sevakuti, for touching upon very important sort of aspects. Apart from the natural shocks, there are economic and market shocks as well. Now I would like to move to Dr. Joshi from ICIMOD. As we know that ICIMOD is a knowledge organization, I wanted to ask him, how can we continuously generate knowledge on impact of climate change in agriculture and help policymakers and other stakeholders to address the risk in a timely manner? Over to you, Dr. Joshi.
Yeah, thank you for a very pertinent question. So ICIMOD is a knowledge and regional learning center. We try to, generate multi-tier knowledge, which include, the understanding the risk and the vulnerability at the local level. What are the community perceptions? Because the risk vary from farming system to farming system, depending on the altitude, depending on the the geographic regions. For example, the yak herders in the high mountain area have a different challenges than the maize grower in the plains or in the mid hills. So first thing is we try to understand what are the risks at various levels. The second tier is about the scientific evidences. What are the historical trends? What could be the projections? What could be the future risk? And then the third is what could be the simple and affordable solutions that can be demonstrated and piloted to reduce those risks and to cope with the changing climate or the climate-induced disasters. So these are the different tiers where ICIMOD try to generate knowledge. And through different regional programs and initiative, what we also do is we do some pilots in the collaborative action research. Our collaborative action research are mostly with the government nodal agencies and the research institute. Then, the demonstrating the simple and affordable solution. Because if you see in the region, in India, China, Nepal, and many other countries, there are so many good practices, but they are not packaged and well communicated. So we try to package all these good practices and demonstrate based on the needs and the priorities of the communities at local level.
Yeah, Dr. Joshi, a follow-up question to that. How do you see intergovernmental collaboration in this region, in Hindu-Kush Himalaya region, which is very much vulnerable to climate change? Are there any cross-country programs that ICIMOD is implementing?
Yes, we do have the transboundary programs. And because if you see the climate change, air pollution, there are a number of issues they don't recognize political and the geographic boundaries. The climate change is equally impacting this side and the other side of the hill or the the country. For example, if you burn the crop residue in the Punjab of India, the smoke can go to the other side of Pakistan, as well as it can go to the atmosphere and impact the winter fog or other things. Similarly, for example, the large cardamom. It is a crop which is grown in 3 countries, and the issues, whether the production fluctuation related issues or the marketing issues or the quality issues or positioning in the international market, what we try to do is to bring these regional stakeholders together, sensitize them the issue, and then try to come up with the common quality parameters or the common message to position those products in the international markets. So this type of efforts ICIMOD is also making as a regional intergovernmental organization.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Joshi. As Agriculture Secretary said earlier about economic or market shocks, I would like to ask MSMEs, what are the economic or market shocks as a business that you see, and what are the mitigation measures that you are thinking of as a private company?
As I said earlier, when it has lots of effect of climate change in the farm production, then ultimately there will be less production cost goes high, and then the processing cost becomes high. So the whole market system becomes disrupted, and then ultimately the market price of the product becomes high, so which affects the whole supply chain and the price of the products. And then who's going to suffer most is the vulnerable community. And when it comes to the vulnerable community, what they have to compromise is on the protein, and then they tend to consume less protein, and then it will affect on their diet, and the balanced diet is not provided enough to the children and to the elderly people and all. And then it has again link with the malnutrition, So when we look at it holistically from the market perspective, from production, so we have to really think how we should start applying the green food production and look into in detail from farm to fork strategy and come up with a strategy which could be very helpful to combat these challenges. So in our case, when you was just talking about the mitigation strategy, what we do in our company is do a climate audit from input to output level. And in our case, the big step that we have taken is on the proper manure management, especially when we are talking about the manure management. It comes at the storage level, the treatment that we need to do at the all the waste that comes out from the animal, and how we are spreading it, how we are drying it, and then ultimately how we convert that manure into an organic fertilizer or a biogas, which is a very good renewable energy. So so this is 2 things that we can come up from the good and proper system of a manure management, that is the organic fertilizer and the biogas. And then another thing that we are really looking into as a mitigation strategy is a proper feed input. So when we are giving a proper high quality feed to our animals, then output is always better. That is the FCR, feed consumption ratio, is always better. So if you look into the feed, the output, the data, the 1 cow in USA is equal to 5 cow in Mexico and 20 cow in Nepal. So what I'm trying to connect is this, like the production that gives from 1 cow in USA is equal to the production that gives from the 20 cows in Nepal. So why it is affected, why the milk production is so less in Nepal, it's all due to the quality of feed that we give to our cattle. So we have to be really the nutrition level that we give to our feed, the input that we use for making the feed, that is the raw material like maize and all, should be of a very high quality, so that the minimum input will give the maximum output and better output. So we have to be really careful and trying to see, and in our company we are trying to really see how we can really get the good FCR from the feed that we give to our animal. And then another thing that we are trying to look into is the waste management. So we are trying to set up a rendering machine in our plant, in our farm and factory. So when we talk about rendering machine, it is the machine that converts the hatchery waste, like the eggshells, the chicks and all, into a good protein input for our feed. So these days there is also a new trend coming up, using the insects as a protein for a feed, so these are very high protein, and we can really minimize the cost of our feed by using this protein. So we see that these technologies is going to be really helpful to produce a good high quality feed and also doing a proper good waste management. And then another thing that is of a really big concern in today's time is how to minimize the food waste. For 35% of the food that is being produced in this world today is being wasted. So we have to really see how we can really minimize the food waste and think of reuse and recycling. So all the food that's being wasted, if we can reuse that in some way with using a good technology into a good protein for the animal feed, will be a good mitigation strategy. And then also the packaging. So we have to really think keeping hygiene and infection spreads, minimizing infection spreads. We have to really think how we can really reuse and recycle the packaging. And then use of energy. So we have to really think how we can maximum use the renewable energy, especially for the heating of our birds and all. And then, yes, in our company, we are applying these few mitigation strategy, but I strongly feel that we need to really aware more farmers, more companies about this. And we are doing lots of awareness campaign and training and skill development packages for our farmers, and also integrating climate smart agriculture farming in our training packages, so that this awareness comes at all the farmers level and the collective effort comes out from this and the big change happens. So when you think of all these, some companies might think it's a huge cost, will the return come, will there be profit after using all these methods, but I feel that at one time it might be a cost, but in a long run it will be helping us to gain more profit, because it will ultimately help in increasing the production.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thank you, Mousamiji, for providing some of the mitigation measures and some of the shocks that you see, and the mitigation measures as well. Yeah, your one is a leading agriculture farm in Nepal, and that's good that you are able to deploy these mitigation measures. Since Nepal is comprised of very smallholder farmers, I would like to move to Secretary Ms. Sebakoti on what should be the priorities of public and private sector to protect vulnerable population, smallholder farmers from climate risks in agriculture to the population at a large.
Okay. I think as I explained earlier, because in Nepal the agriculture system is basically subsistence of nature, and there are a large number of smallholder farmers. So any kind of shocks, be it climate shocks or any other kind of shocks, hit them first. But despite that, these smallholders are still found resilient to some of these shocks, because with the practices they have been adopting, they are good practices they are already adopting. So when we work with them, we try to see that what are the good practices they are already adopting, so that we support to expand and scale up those activities. And in case of the practices that needs to be improved, we take the technology from, as mentioned by the EC Mode colleague, that there are a lot of evidence is generated on what works best and where, because the problem varies in different agroecological regions, the risk varies, and so has to be the responses. So based on those risk categories, we try to come up with the programs that is best suited to the smallholder farmers. So for that, it's not only the government that can work alone. So we are working with the other private sector, private entities, and also NGOs. So what we try to see here is one is on accessing and then responding the farmers through the technology. A lot of researches has research from NARC, Nepal Agriculture Research Council. They have brought a lot of good technologies, and other research institutions have also brought many good technologies. So we try to reach to the farmers with these technologies. And also how we can bring the private sector into this, because the marketing side is very weak, where this climate shock is more aggravated by other kind of shocks, as I mentioned. So we are trying to bring private sector to the farmers so that there is a market linkage between the two, and also private sector can support them in developing and then bringing the technology. For example, when you talk about the solar irrigation, which is sustainable, climate friendly, and also found very effective. So if the private sectors can come to the farmers with these good technologies, I think we can help them in adopting those technologies and facilitating from our other financial support programs. One, and another is we work with other partners. For example, here there is Leeward is working wonderfully in the local food system. So how best they have been doing. So we adopt and we're working together with them. Similarly, we're trying to bring the agriculture university also, because the expert from the university, so that they can help us with identifying the better technologies, and also with the private sector, so that they have the contractual arrangement with the farmers in bringing the produce to the market. So the investments, I think from the private sector side, I think they should become with the more investment and more creating more market opportunities for the farmers. Whereas the government, through the government support, we more focus on the production aspect, on adopting introducing and helping in adoption of the newer technologies. So I think if working together is where we can have the synergic effect. And another issue that we have been facing now is because of the three tier of the government. There's a lot of issue with when we try to deliver the agriculture extension services. Also, there's a lot of challenges among the three governments also, because the local government is there in the place. They are the forefront, working with the farmers or other entrepreneurs. But the problem is that the capacity at the local level, the technical capacity, and because this is a new government now coming up, so there are a lot of other challenges that needs to be improved and worked at the local level also. So how best we the province government, the local government can be supported technically and through other means, that is also equally important. So I think working at the multi-sector level with the government, at three tier of the government, with the NGOs and the private sector, if together we can come, I think we can add value addition and help farmers with the better adoption.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sivakuti. This is indeed very, very useful. You also mentioned about the digital technologies earlier. Now, I would like to move to Dr. Joshi to understand a little bit. How can digital technologies be helpful in understanding and addressing risks in agriculture? Has EC Mode been using these digital technologies in their pilot programs?
Yes, thank you, Sarojji. Digital technology can really help in better preparedness of climate-induced hazards. And EC Mode has been actively engaged in developing some of the innovative technologies. For example, if you see this, community-based flood early warning system. So it is a very simple technology, and we have demonstrated in Bihar, in Nepal, Tarai, and now it has gone to Africa and many other countries. The practical action and others are also working. So it is a kind of, for the preparedness, this technology is really helping. Similarly, this, the landslides, EC Mode with this using the geospatial artificial intelligence, and in partnership with the NASA and the other research institute, we are also making some kind of, the prediction of landslides, prediction of forest fire. So those technologies are available, and these are in the pilot stage, and we are doing this. Similarly, in our pilot site, we also try to promote these smartphones for crop advisory. Based on the microclimatic habitat requirement of the crop, one can get SMS message with the GeoKC and other private service providers. We have demonstrated this with our Resilient Mountain Solutions program and also other programs. Then also this market price information and also the volume that is required in the specific market, what would be the supply and demand in a particular market. That information can also be provided with this. And particularly during this lockdown and this pandemic situation, I think people are getting used to for the online shopping, for the digital payments, and many social media, even the Facebook, the group pages, they are helping people, to make use of these digital technologies to, match demand and supply.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Joshi. You touched upon very sort of important aspects of tracking the impact of climate change from a natural calamity point of view. I would like to ask MSME Shresthaji on how and what digital technologies can be helpful for agribusiness in Nepal. She mentioned about a little bit in her earlier deliberation, but can you please elaborate a little bit more on those?
Thank you, Sarojji. As this is a digital age, and I always say that we should really introduce digital technology in agriculture, especially to motivate youth and encourage youth to come into agriculture, because today's youth are very techno-savvy youth, and but whereas if they look into the agriculture field, they get very, they don't look at it as a positive, they don't look at it as a positive side to take it as a career. But when we link, digitization and agriculture together, I think the youth will be really motivated to get into the field of agriculture. So that's why I'm very positive and always pushing digitization in the field of agriculture. So another thing, as Keshavji mentioned, I strongly believe and feel that early warning systems, especially on the weather forecast, should be really well placed in all local level to district level and to the central level, especially to give forecast to the farmers about the weather. And we have also worked with the Department of Meteorology and Hydrology and at the district level, and with the practical action and with the few techno companies of Bangladesh to introduce this early warning system so that farmers get SMS. And our innovation hub also tried to collaborate with Bangladesh IT company to introduce this system for the sugarcane farmers, so that they get early warning on the weather, and they do a proper planning of the planting and harvesting and drying, so that they don't land up doing the harvesting and dry the produce when it's going to rain. So all these early warning forecast systems will really help farmers to do a proper planning. And another thing that we are trying to introduce in our farm is IoT, that's Internet of Things. It is a very simple technology. It's a sensor system that we install in our farm. So because farm is something, especially when we are dealing with poultry, cattle, we have to monitor it 24 hours. It's not like a 9-to-5 job, So it's something that we need to monitor it 24 hours. So sometimes it's really impossible. There'll always be some kind of human error. We can't always shout at our farm workers and say that you didn't monitor well, there's high mortality, this and that. We are really sometimes, get fed up of high mortality, and we don't know the reason why and all. So this kind of sensor system, proper CCTV connection system, we're going to introduce with the Research Institution of Australia, which they have developed, and we are going to introduce that in our farm, where the sensor will indicate us about the problem, the heat stress that the poultries are facing, or if there is a kind of a high humidity which will cause into mortality. So all these changes in the housing will be indicated in the sensor, and it will be connected to the computer of our farm manager, which will be monitoring through the computer. So these kind of simple technologies, I think, is going to really help us to do a proper farm management. And also another thing that we have introduced in our farm is a low-cost semi-automatic housing, which controls the temperature. Especially our farm is in Tarai, which is a very humid and hot climate area. So many of our birds die due to heat stress and all. So we have introduced a semi-automatic housing system. It's not a fully automatic with hi-fi AC and all. It's just a fan system that works, and it controls the temperature digitally. So which is giving a very good production, and we want to introduce that into many of the farms at the farmers level also, so that they can use this low-cost technology and improve the production. And Kesavji already mentioned about the online market platform, where the farmers will also get an access to the market price, so that they get an bargaining power when they go and sell their produce to the suppliers or in the marketplace. So they can also get to see the current market rate and get the right price of their produce. So this, I think, is going to be a very helpful at the farmer level. And as social media is very famous, and every farmers are using Facebook and YouTube and all, we should be coming up with many farmers' informations, making lots of YouTube videos, so that farmers have access to information in Nepali language, in the language they understand, because the visual training is very effective. And I feel that this kind of material should be developed as much as possible, so that we can disseminate this information to the farmers. And blockchain system, this is a buzzword today. And I think that if we introduce this well and connect from farm to fork, from production to consumer level, it will be very helpful, especially at the consumer level. They will know from where the product is coming, so that they can have the whole traceability of the product they are consuming, and it's a kind of a consumer assurance also. So these are the few technologies I think we can introduce easily, and we are also working with UNCDF to introduce this blockchain, so that we can trace our golden egg from which farm it is coming. So we are working on that together with one AgriClear company. And then another thing that we have lots of training manuals, but all the manuals are in the book form, and we are now converting those manuals into digital manuals, so that we can give online training. So this idea came after the COVID outbreak, So we used to conduct lots of farmers training, but we couldn't do the gathering with the farmers and all. Then we thought of giving online training to the farmers, and we got good response for these training programs, and lots of women participations was also there, So we were very encouraged, and now we are making all our training manuals digital, so that we can deliver lots of online training to the farmers. And another thing that we tend to really ignore is the quality of the water, So sometimes, like when we see lots of mortality or less production in the chickens and in the cattle, the farmers always tend to blame us, the feed quality is not good or this and that, but they don't realize that the water quality that they are giving to their animals are not good, So we are introducing this technology to test the water quality, especially in the collaboration with companies like Best Pani, Smart Pani, so that farmers can check the quality of the water and then indicate that what is wrong with that water and give the right pure water to their animals. So, and another thing is on the circular feeding model that we are trying to introduce into the aquaculture sector. especially for the fish, So people in our farming culture, the farmers are still using the traditional method of giving feed, just spreading the feed in the pond, not realizing whether the fish is hungry. Put the button on, and then the feed starts distributing, So this is the technology, which is also a very low cost technology, but very efficient. It helps the feed loss, and it also improves the water quality of the pond. So these are the few digital technologies we are using to
Thank you.
Our agribusiness model. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mosumiji. Very impressive. I'm glad to hear that those technologies are being used in Nepal. Albeit it must be in a very small scale right now. But I hope that in future we will be able to spread it to benefit the smallholder farmers. Now we have come to an end of this panel discussion. It was a very enriching discussion actually, and thanks to you all. Now I would like to ask that if we have any questions, it doesn't appear that we have any question. Now I would like to invite Secretary Ms. Sivakoti to give a concluding remarks to this panel discussion. Ms. Sivakoti, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Saroji. Well, it's just when you have all the panels together and you have to give the concluding remark, it's very difficult, I must say. But yes, we had a very enriching session, definitely, because the keynote speaker set the stage on how agriculture and food system is very important for Nepal, and how this digitization, the digital payment system, need to be blended with it. He has emphasized on what are the regulations that need to be formulated, what have already been done in the Kisan card and some of the agriculture finance through the bond system in the agriculture bank. So these are already taking place in the national front. And also what has been shared by Ishimod on what are the research areas that they have been working on and what are the evidence they are generating is very important. And we as a government entities, because we have the research organization, but still our research, when we have we use those evidences, we have the evidences from different research organizations that help us, in defining our program and policies. And of course, when Mosumiji shared about her private sector, I would say that it's such a sustainable and very responsible business, I would say, because a lot of initiative is going on. And of course, whatever has been talked about in the digital and how we can blend the technical, financial, and this digitization together, it's very important. Government is already doing it. Government is already doing, because the national front, a lot of good initiatives has taken place in the digitization. There is the early warning system is in place, the marketing, the market intelligence, the market pricing system, early warning, and other the agriculture advisory services. They are already in place. But when I was sharing with that, Gandaki province, we as a province all are new, because this is our third year as the province, and many initiative has yet to be taken in the province. So we are learning. So we're learning from what I have from the experience from working in the federal government, that what are already good modalities there, and how we can bring the private sector in blending the technology need, the financial need, and the digitization. So together, I think we can help farmers in coping with those climate induced shocks and to adapt and make them more resilient. So with that, I end. I thank you. Thank you for this opportunity, and to all the panelists. Thank you.
Namaste, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, colleagues. UNCDF, in partnership with Singapore FinTech Festival, is organizing a series of events across multiple countries to achieve the common goal of building inclusive digital economies and financially resilient societies. In Nepal, we have organized this event where we will be discussing about connecting farmers, smallholder farmers, to markets through agri-tech solutions. And for the panel, we have today Dr. Srimat Shrestha, who is Senior Scientist at Nepal Agriculture Research Council, Mr. Ananda Bagaria, who is Managing Director at Nimbus, one of the leading agriculture company in Nepal, and Abhishek Malla, also a leading entrepreneur in Sun Farmer Krishi. As you know, agriculture marketing in Nepal is not very much organized, and we'll explore major challenges and opportunities in agriculture marketing in Nepal, how we can increase efficiency in getting agri products from farm to market. Also, we can bring agri inputs at a lower cost to the farmers. So to initiate the discussion, I would like to first welcome Dr. Srimat Shrestha. Can you please tell us what? Yeah, Dr. Shrestha, can you please tell us, when we talk of agri-tech, what kind of agriculture technologies are available and used in Nepal at the moment?
Before going to the type of technologies used in Nepal, I just would like to elaborate the agriculture, the type of agriculture performed in Nepal. Nepal is basically agrarian country, and where about a quarter of GDP is contributed by the agriculture, but more than 2/3 of its population is directly dependent upon their livelihood in agriculture. And especially if you talk about the crop, we mainly grow rice. Rice is the #1 crop, and because of the diversity of the country, especially in the plain area, we grow rice, wheat, and whereas in the hills, we mainly grow the maize and millet, and in the high hills, in the mountainous area, mainly the livestock, sheep, and the pasture land is cultivated. So if you talk about the technologies, means we got a diverse type of technologies adoption. For example, in the especially for the tillage, especially in the plain areas of Nepal, we use tractor and power tillers. More than 80%, more than 85% of the tillage operation is mechanized in the plain area, and where they use the cultivator, harrows, and rotovators. Whereas in the hills, mainly animal-drawn plow is being used, but nowadays people are using the power tiller and the mini tillers. It is estimated that more than 30,000 mini tillers are in use in the hills, whereas in the mountain, still the animal-drawn plow is used. And if you talk about the sowing and the plant establishment, especially it's mainly the manually done, but we in the Nepal Agriculture Research Council, we are promoting different type of technologies like rice transplanter, wheat drill, wheat seed drill, zero-till drill, maize planter, sugarcane planter, potato planter. We are promoting it, but still majority of the people are adopting the manual methods. Whereas with the weeding, it is also mainly performed manually, and where the women are mainly involved, and we are promoting the mechanical weeders, especially for the paddy and the dry land. And with respect to the plant protections, farmers are using the sprayers, compression type of sprayers. Nowadays, farmers are using the knapsack sprayers. And with respect to the irrigation, majority of is the surface irrigation, especially in the Terai. In the Terai, people are now especially using the shallow tube wells. And even the other methods of irrigation like the sprinklers, drips, is also slowly farmers have started adopting these technologies. And nowadays, the solar pump is also being increased, especially it's been used in the hilly areas as well as in the Terai areas. But with respect to harvesting, it's a very good scenario we can see, especially farmers are using the reapers. Nowadays, even the combine harvester farmers are using in the Terai it's estimated that more than 700 combined harvesters are being used. And the tracers, almost in the Tarai, more than 90% tracing operation is mechanized, whereas in the hills, it's a partially, but in the mountain, it's still manually performed. So means we got a mixed type of technologies for the different agroecological zone. The mechanization is different, and whereas with respect to milling, we found that it's almost totally mechanized throughout all the agricultural zones, because people are using the grinding mills, selling, dehusking, as well as oil expelling mills we found in every villages. So this is the brief scenario. What I'd like to elaborate the different type of technologies that have been adopted in Nepal.
Thank you, Dr. Shrestha. Thank you for giving us an overview of the production-related technologies that are being used, and we are glad to see that more of the agriculture is being mechanized in Nepal. Now I would like to move to our another panelist, Mr. Ananda Bagaria, Managing Director of Nimbus. Mr. Bagaria, tell us about your company and your work, and what constraints do you see in general in connecting farm to market in Nepal?
Thank you, Sarojji. We at Nimbus are more about agri-processing. So we produce feed, we produce various kinds of food, package it, process it, and also into edible oils. So we work on the concept of a zero wastage. So the combination of feed and food kind of creates, the byproduct of one goes into the as a raw material to the other. So makes it a literally zero wastage production strategy. We come up with our feed brand is called Shakti, and our grocery brands are called Genjan. We are working on in this era when people are talking about plant-based protein, we are working on some very interesting products, and hopefully we will be able to launch it in the next 6 months. One of the major things that we do at our end is, as a policy matter, we do not do anything that will put us in direct competition with the farmers. So which essentially means that we would like to upgrade them as in terms of technology and various inputs, but we would not like to get into farming because they are best at it. So as a matter of fact, we are on the input pre-sowing part of the business. We are gradually increasing our stake into the post-harvest part of the business, and also working in tandem with the farmer to improve his technical skills and bring about the global developments that happen. For example, we do a lot of demo farms on maize. We have done demo farms on poultry, and we've done demo farms on soybean. And very interestingly, we have also worked on intercropping of maize and soybean. And you would most of us know that most of the oil seeds and the proteins are imported into Nepal, and it would be very interesting to see protein produced in Nepal. So that's a big opportunity that we see on, and we are working on it. Talking about the constraints, I think some of the major constraints, there are many if I was to list out, but then if I was to talk about few, then I would say one is the production and consumption data. We read all kinds of contradictory data all around. So that kind of makes it a little difficult to predict what prices and what quantity the industry can consume and what needs to be imported. Second is the quality standards. Nepal being a large, longish belt, we have various kinds of varieties grown for the same crop, and the standardization of that is something which has a big potential. A constraint is also an opportunity as an entrepreneur would look at it. And thirdly, as a agri-processor, if I need to buy a quantity of any particular product, that is a big challenge, and that is why we resort to import. So I would say aggregation. Aggregation is a big challenge, and with aggregation comes the storage and so on and so forth. And fourth, I am not too sure if I should be saying this, but then our agriculture is very government dependent. And if we need to make it more entrepreneurial than be government dependent. So with this, I would pass it on to Sarojji again.
Thank you, Anandji. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you mentioned about this aggregation and all the issues in the connecting farm to market. I would like to move to our next panelist, Mr. Abhishek Malla, who is CEO of a tech company. I would say. I mean, he will mention about his company, Sun Farmer Krishi. Abhishek, tell us about your company and your work, and what are the challenges in connecting farm to market from your perspective. Over to you.
Thank you, Sarojji. Thank you for this invitation. So Sun Farmer Krishi is basically an agro-based company chiefly working on vegetable productions and also on advisory services. So basically our model is on end-to-end model where we are basically working is from farm to fork, where we are looking at the supply chain from the production end to the market side. We are not only growing on our own farm, but also, connecting with the farmers in the zone and also across the countries. So currently we have around 150 farmers connected with us. And this is the model basically we are working, and we are now also thinking of expanding into other zones. Currently we are working in 2 districts. On the challenges side, I will also like to align with Anandji, as he mentioned, one of the major challenges is the supply chain management. So there is a high uncertainty of supply and demand because the Nepal fresh vegetable market is very, very unorganized. And due to this uncertainty, there is a very high volatility in the price. So the price fluctuation can swing at a very high difference on day-to-day basis. So that's one of the major challenges. So, data is highly crucial on that side. The other challenge I see is unfair risks sharing. So if you look at this vegetable value chain system, often the prices at the farm gates are determined by the vendors. And the farmers, they don't even know the prices till the produce are being sold by the vendors. So what happens in reality is the vendors would pass on the waste and the losses back to the farmers. So the farmers are bearing all that risk and also the risks on the on the production side. So that's, I think, is a very, very unfair risk sharing. The another challenge I would like to highlight here is viability of access. I mean, majority of the farmers in Nepal are smallholder farmers. The production that they would do is in a very, very small quantity, which is highly uneconomical in terms of logistics to take it to the market. And also, the farmers can't go by themselves to the market because they have other things to do as well on the production side. So this unfair advantage is taken by several layers of intermediaries, which results in unfair pricing to the farmers. So these are some of the major challenges that I would like to highlight, which is creating that barrier of connecting farm to the market.
Thank you, Abhishek ji. Thank you for giving this overview. Now I would like to move to Dr. Shrestha from NARC, Nepal Agriculture Research Council. You mentioned about a lot of production-related technologies that are being deployed in Nepal right now. Dr. Shrestha, can you tell us what are the key challenges in using technologies to connect farm to market, and what are the opportunities offered by the technology?
As mentioned by the Anandji and Abhishekji, Nepal is smallholder dependent agriculture. Majority of the farmers are the small farmers. And if you talk about the land area per household of the farm size, it's less than 0.66 hectare. About 2/3 of a hectare, and that too divided into, in average, 3 parcels. Each parcel will be around 0.2 hectare. So the small farm size is one of the major challenges for the adoption of the modern agricultural technologies. Another is the diverse, our system. Our system is so diverse because within the small distance, we got a different topography. So we grow in the double cropping of rice is there, and similarly maize-based system in the hills. So means different agroecological zones, so diverse type of agroecosystem. One, there's a challenge as well as we can convert into the opportunities. Another is the rolling topography in the hills and mountains, and especially we do not have the facilities, road network, road and the infrastructure that in the farm level. So that is also the major challenge for the adoption of the technologies. And similarly, majority of the farmers are the resource poor farmers, and especially we do not have a good credit. The financial intermediaries in the rural areas. This is one of the problem. And also, especially if you talk about the custom hiring service, because only for the small farmers, they cannot own the machines. So the rental service is the major thing, how they can use the modern technology. And how about those rental service, this custom hiring machinery rental service also informal. So there is no right and responsibility of the service provider and the receiver is not clear. As well as if you talk about, we do not have that good operators. For example, before that I talk about around 700 these combined harvesters are in use in Nepal, but most of those operators are coming from the India. So majority of those earnings from this combined harvester is taken away to the India. So we also lack the training of the operators. And similarly, especially if you talk about the machinery rental service providers, they lack the entrepreneurship skill. If you talk about, they do not have proper record keeping, bookkeeping, communication, and marketing skills. They lack. And what we also found is that, especially if you talk about the spare parts, the high cost of spare parts, because on the high duty and the high maintenance costs. And also, we also lack especially the challenges is that especially there is no extension mechanism for this agricultural machinery promotion. So these are the major key challenges what we observe in Nepal for the promotion of this modern agriculture technologies in Nepal.
Thank you, Dr. Shrestha. I would like to move to Mr. Ananda Bagaria. How can private sector entities like yours can connect with agriculture cooperatives, as you mentioned earlier about the aggregation that are spread, the cooperatives that are spread throughout the countries?
Thank you, Sarojji. I mean, there are a lot of things that could be done, and I think there are being done a lot of joint exercises, but I personally talking about it, rightly pointed out by you, we need to get these cooperatives trained and also equipped with the required infrastructure to create that aggregation. I mean, if we were to look at our Nepal's crop production, Srimad sir will agree with me on this, that about 6 or 7 crops kind of contribute to 60 to 70% of the GDP, agri GDP. So if that is how we are to look at, I mean, do you want to pull, if we were to install any systems in the entire ecosystem, I think one of the major things I would advocate is aggregation. And with aggregation comes the standardization, and also maybe encourage to a certain level of processing, even if not full processing, maybe semi-processing. When I say semi-processing, I mean, cleaning, grading, sizing, and maybe even looking at different varieties. Let's say if you were to talk about wheat, there are various varieties. If you were to talk about potato, there are various varieties. And maybe with the work with the Agri Ministry and create divert government, use government resources very zonally. So if a particular zone is good at that, let's create that kind of infrastructure over there. And on the PPP model, I would think that government, us, and the cooperatives can really work on this and create a ripple in the agri economy altogether. This will also bring about the specialization that is missing right now. Most of our farmers seem to be generalist on anything and everything, and they keep changing their crop pattern as per the market. Whereas if we could create a scenario, an ecosystem where they keep specializing and keep getting better with a particular crop or a particular set of crop, which is very suitable for the soil they are on. This is where I feel that three of us can work together.
Yeah. Thank you, Anandji. On the, just a follow-up question to it. The cooperatives, the number of cooperatives are very large in Nepal, and so the idea that you said about infrastructure or developing their capacity can be huge. So I was just thinking that with the digital technologies, it will be. How do you see the sort of possibility of connecting with these cooperatives digitally with the private sector entity who can buy or sell inputs to them?
See, once the aggregation happens or the infrastructure is in place, the private sector, especially the processing industries, they would look forward to buying from them. It's about creating a global parity. If import is cheaper, I would go for import. But if the same crop in Nepal is available at the cost at which an imported product would land to me, and the quality is the same, I would go for the local product because it kind of helps me manage my inventory better and keep my working capital costs low. But having said that, working with the cooperatives will have a different dimension altogether. You rightly said there's so many cooperatives, but the agenda of these cooperatives are not very clear. They are very generalist cooperatives. I have seen some specialized cooperatives in the dairy sector, but on the other sectors, the specialization is still missing. I'm yet to come across a cooperative which specializes in maize or wheat specific or soybean specific. And till the time we can convince them to be very specific on the crop, the infrastructure cannot be decided. So it's a very chicken and egg situation. And that is why I said that the PPP model, if three of us could sit down and promote a few to lead by example, that would work. That's what I think.
Thank you. Abhishek-ji, I would like to move to you. Based on your rich experience, what are the key constraints you see in connecting farm to market? You touched upon few already, but can you highlight a little bit more based on the discussions that we had?
Definitely. There are many, but if I have to be very particular, I think one of the most important thing, and which has been talked about by our earlier speakers, is the information collection, analysis and disbursement system, because there is such a lack of information in this unorganized market. It's basically like what is the farmer producing, or when is it ready for harvesting, how is the price communicated with them, all of this thing. I think it's very, very critical, and I think it's one of the fundamentals for even if you want to go for aggregation or kind of build a certain model where there is the PPP model or any other model. I think it has to be based on the information and those kind of systems. So I think that's highly critical, and that's what digital can bridge that gap. That's what I think. The other thing is, as Shriman sir also highlighted, is infrastructure. Infrastructure, it's the production is highly dependent on infrastructure to access to the market. Such as we don't have all good weather roads. Transportation is a big problem in this sector, especially with perishable products. So that's, I see, is a very, very important side as well. And another thing I really want to highlight here is the vicious debt cycle that the farmer goes through. So basically what they're doing is they're investing into production for 1 to 3 months, and basically they are when they sell the produce, they have a payment delay system. Now, who's controlling this is mostly the vendors and the intermediaries that are, buying the produce back from these farmers. So the farmers are unable to break that vicious debt cycle from season to season. And, what is really, really important is, the government or, other financial bodies coming in and, supporting to break this very vicious debt cycle. So I think this is some of the very, very major key constraints, and there are many, but yeah, and I think we can go on and on about it. But I think some of the important points are these 3 points.
Yeah, just to follow up, Abhishek, do you see the opportunities among these challenges?
Exactly. I see a lot of opportunities because the demand is already there in the market. If we look at season to season basis, we can forecast the demand very, very easily. So the thing is, how do we have that management information system platform where we can collect this data, where the sellers and the buyers can get together and do the deal. Definitely, there's a lot of streamlining activities that can be done to do this, but we are just talking about one part of the value chain, which is from on after the harvest to the market side. But what I believe is we have to look at the whole value chain system from the input to the end side, and that's very, very important in this sector because if one of the value chain segment is distorted, the whole system gets distorted. So it has to be looked at a very holistic level, and that's why Sun Pharma Krishi has gone to end-to-end model rather than just focusing on one, because all of this I know in a business it's we have to try to keep it very simple, but in agro-based industry you have to juggle with all of this value chain, otherwise success would be far-fetched.
Yeah. Thank you, Abhishek ji. I would like to go back to Srimad sir. Srimad sir, based on your work at the Nepal Agriculture Research Council, how do you see future of digital technologies in connecting farm to market? Are there any research or any sort of diagnostic studies that NARC has planned in this regard?
As mentioned by my earlier speakers, especially the database with respect to the crop area, because that is some confusing. So right now we are also working on the yield forecasting and identification the crop area by using the remote sensing satellites, remote sensing imageries, so that we can have the exact crop area, and even we can forecast the yield. That we are working on that. And especially with respect to the technology transfer, that traditionally our farmers are using the radio and the television, but nowadays farmers have started using the cell phones and even the social media platform like the Facebooks and even the YouTubes are very common nowadays. Nowadays, NARC, we are also organizing the toll-free services. We are running the farmer call centers so that especially in every Monday 2 to 4 p.m. we are running the call center so that the farmer can ask any type of technological services. We are providing the technological services, and especially we are also running the NARC Krishi mobile apps through which we are providing the different technology related services to the farmers. And also, we have also realized that, especially with respect to the promotion of this custom hiring agricultural technology services to the farmers, because as I've mentioned, it is this service is provided in the more informal way. But if you can provide, prepare mobile apps for this agricultural machinery rental services, so that the farmer can also have a competitive service, as well as especially the service provider, they can also have more efficient, optimize their operation, increase their operation hours, so they increase the profitability as well as the marketing. Because the marketing cost is also major cost of those custom hiring service providers. So this marketing service can also be reduced by using this appropriate mobile apps. So there's lots of opportunity using these digital technologies, because nowadays, especially the young farmers are coming to the agriculture, especially for this in a commercial scale, for commercializing the agriculture. So these digital technologies will help them for the commercialization of their agriculture. So especially for the marketing and for the access of these quality services, competitive quality services, these digital technologies can help, as well as it can also help for we can also think for the digital transaction. Because as mentioned before, my previous speaker mentioned about the late transaction of for example, farmers are also major problem with the farmers is about getting the late payment, due to it takes lots of time to get the payment. So the digital transaction of those the farm to market this payment can also help the farmers as well as the service provider to enhance their business in farming.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Shrestha. Anandji, all these technologies should have some incentives for people to use. If they are not in incentives, then these technologies are nice to have, but people will not use it. Based on your experience working in agriculture with a lot of agriculture cooperatives, farmers, how can technologies such as blockchain, fintech, digital finance help in creating incentives to connect farmers better with market in the Nepalese context? What's your sort of view on it?
Sarojji, I have attended few discussions and been a speaker at few discussions where we have talked about technology and agriculture at the same space. And every time I go there, my question to most of the technology enthusiasts have been that where is the Facebook of agriculture, or where is the Uber of agriculture? Can we not come up with something like this? I mean, what did Facebook do and what did Uber do or what did Airbnb do is something known to us, right? And we talk about shared economy, we talk about shared expertise pool, experience, resources, equipment, but then, that ecosystem on the agri side has not developed. I mean, I see that once the ecosystem, I'm sure it is, one fine day, lots of pieces would come together, the dots would connect, and we would have an ecosystem which will answer most of the questions that we are raising. But talking about the incentives that these technologies could bring in is one, lower the investment per capita, per unit of land, or per farmer and stuff like that. A lot of rental, shared economy, Uber-like sharing of resources would come into play. Second, I think, and probably one of the largest incentives would be that if we could let our farmers know that the global parity price for any product is this in Nepal, that would give them an idea at which they should sell or not, and backed up by storage, so that if it is not sellable at that point of time, they can always store it and claim hope for a better price at a later date. And also combine it with their monetary cash flow requirements. And on the cash flow requirements, I don't have an answer to how, but then I imagine that technology can play a major role. I mean, we are talking about digital wallets and we are talking about fintech and so on and so forth. But what we need to understand that the banks are more than eager to fund the farmers, but they have a problem. I mean, they have a problem in terms of cost of monitoring and deploying that money. Because the loan sizes are small and the team size has to become bigger. So is there a way we can find a solution for them? Having a policy that agri exposure per bank has to be so much is one thing, but having it encouragingly and incentivized. So I'm just not talking about farmer incentive, I'm also talking about getting the banking sector to be incentivized in some way so that it's a win-win for both. And apart from that, yes, technology can talk about traceability. It can talk about, what to produce and what the demand is, and one of the major things I see is maybe we should take up this step through the larger crops, because those are only few in number, and if it's easier to monitor, and initial successes can be faced. So with this, I think, and I'm very hopeful that a major Facebook-like disruption, technology-enabled disruption, is due for us.
Yeah. Thank you, Anandji. You touched upon a very pertinent issue about access to finance to farmers through digital means, and because for the financial institutions it's very costly to reach to farmers, and that cost can be significantly reduced by the digital financial services. So, but there are some products also coming up in the market, and we are at a nascent stage right now. But I hope that in days to come, it will improve. Now, I would like to pose the same question to Abhishek ji. How can digital technologies such as blockchain, fintech, digital finance help in creating incentives to connect farmers better with the market in our context?
Thank you. Yeah. Digital technology has basically unparalleled advantage. It'll connect the farmers, bring them closer to the market, yet being very so far away from it, or very, like remotely accessing that wider access of market on their palm top, because all of us now have very small computers in our hand, and the access of mobile devices and its penetration is in a very high number, even in the rural areas. So I see, that platform management, where I was saying that where we can have the the supply chain management, the buying, selling happening, the logistic management, also the financial leverage and those kind of things. In an ideal world, that'll be a very, very big advantage to the smallholder farmers. But saying that, there is also other advantage, like you mentioned about blockchain. We have been now trying to promote like local produce based on their production zone names. And what we have seen is, like verifying and validating the source. It's one of the questions we also get from our clients. It's more like a trust, a verbal trust, but I don't think that's going to work in a mass audience, because what we have seen in the market is a lot of adulteration of mixing products and those kind of things. So I think blockchain technology can definitely help on traceability of products from the source to the market. Giving that information to the end customers, which will then help the farmers, fetching like higher prices for the produce. Not only that, I think blockchain technology can also help in, putting that price commitments, ensuring those price commitments from the buyers and the seller. That's another thing as well. And one experience I have with digital payment system that, we worked with the smallholder farmers as well is, just having that technology, having that mobile wallet or mobile payment system in itself, does not support, the digital payment ecosystem. What we have seen is that, it also requires that infrastructure. For instance, I would like to say that, when we send money to our farmers, they need to have access to cash out points. And not only have access to cash out points, but also, the difficulties that we had faced was the agent not having enough cash reserves on their end to make the timely cash out payments. So, in a remote setup where you are trying to sort of take the leverage of mobile payment system because you do not have an access to a bank, the infrastructure, the ecosystem not being there creates a bad taste, on use of the technology. Another thing is like, there is a very limited expense a farmer or population in the rural area are living through digital payment system, because the best they can do is either do a top up in their mobile phone or pay the utility bill at most. And the other expenses from a digital payment system is very, very difficult. So I think we also need to think about that ecosystem that will support that digital payment system, to really talk about like how can we incentivize. I think then once that ecosystem is set, then I think that'll be a much better scenario where Anandji also mentioned the whole thing about digital payment system is having that unparalleled advantage to reach out to any point and any access to the market, and also lowering down the the OPEX cost. So I see there's a lot of benefits, but we have to look at it at a holistic view, and we also need to build that ecosystem around it.
Thank you, Abhishek-ji. That was a very comprehensive type of summary that you presented. Definitely, as mentioned earlier, we are at a nascent stage, but definitely we are moving towards a digital ecosystem that can help in connecting farmers better with the market. And I'm sure that government will also come up with conducive policies and programs to help promote digital technologies to connect farm with the market, and also that private sector will be bringing up a lot of innovations to increase use cases for the farmers. As you mentioned, it's only top up and transfer of small amount of money, but there are not much use cases for the farmers to use digital technologies, which I am sure that will come up in the coming days. With this, we have come to the end of this panel discussion. We don't seem to have received questions, but I would like to ask the panelists, if you want to make any extra point, additional point, please do so now.
Yeah, I think the main thing is, rather than building like parallel structures, how we can really address the pain points that we have discussed in this meeting, in this panel. Like, what are the key main points, and how can digitization, address those key points, along not forgetting that there is an infrastructure that's required at the back end. So we have to look it from a bird's eye view, and then maybe narrow down, and sort of like be specific and start resolving the problem, because this sector, there are so many moving parts. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. So just addressing one issue is not gonna like make the whole value chain successful. So I think it's really important to look at it from that angle. So yeah, I would like to pause.
Thank you, Abhishek-ji. So with this, I would like to we have come to an end of this panel discussion. Thanks a lot to Srimas Shrestha for giving a very good overview of the production related technologies that are deployed in Nepal, and to Anandji for highlighting a lot of issues, that how we can connect with the smallholder farmers and the cooperatives in the country. And Abhishek-ji also to by giving a very comprehensive overview of the digital ecosystem in the country. And with this, I would like to close this panel discussion for now. But we will definitely, as UNCDF, we will connect with you all again in appropriate programs and forums where we can benefit from each other's experience in this area, connecting farm to the market. Thanks a lot. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Namaste and good evening. This is Sujeev Shakya. Today I'll be moderating this panel on driving growth of SMEs through fintechs. And with me today, we have a very nice panel with us. We have Amit Agrawal, co-founder and director of Khalti. We have Mr. Anil Shah, Naval Bank. We have Jagannath Podel, from program manager from Federation of Nepal Cottage and Small Industries. We have Srishti Joshi, chairman of SABA, SAC Business Association of Home-Based Workers. So thank you, UNCDF, for having us all in here. And my job is a glorified timekeeper. I'll ensure that this session ends on time. That's what, as an accountant, I'm supposed to do. We have 4 speakers and a lot of things to say. So basically, we would have about, sort of 10 to 12 minutes per speaker, which means we can have around 3 to 4 rounds. We will go conversational style, and we would ensure that there would be no speeches. And if you would cross your 3 to 4 minute mark, then I may just be very rude to cut you off. So I will keep an eye on the chat box. If there are some questions that are coming, I would definitely bring it up. And I will also take liberty of using first name with my panelist. So with that, may I just, sort of set the stage. We are talking about MSMEs. We are an area that has been hit very hard post the COVID-19 pandemic. But at the same time, we've seen, on the other hand, FinTech has really innovated. Who had thought 1 year ago that we would be, sitting like this in a chat room and talking about various issues, and we have audiences around the world. And from physical meetings, things have gone virtual. A lot of things have happened, and it's very interesting to hear diverse perspectives from different players. Today, we have someone who is running a fintech company. We have somebody who's got some deep experiences with the banking industry. We have representation from the cottage and small industries, and we have representation from home-based workers. A wonderful, stellar panel, and stay tuned for interesting conversations. So let me start with first alphabetical order, Amit Agrawal. And maybe the first round, it would be good to just talk about what do you do, what does your company do, and also what has been some of the challenges you've seen and the opportunities during this pandemic. Amit, over to you. Amit, you're not being audible.
I was mute. Thank you, Sujeevji, once again, and very glad to be here in this session. I work for Khalti. Khalti is a digital wallet, so basically a mobile money solution, but it's not limited to a wallet. So broadly, we are a fintech company which develops other types of financial technology solutions. And this pandemic, there's something an eye opener for us. We saw a very big change in our use cases and the products. We'll get into detail about that very soon, maybe in a couple of minutes. All that I would like to say that people who didn't trust us, like before the pandemic, people who didn't ever feel the need of using a mobile money solution, or people who thought that mobile money will not be a part of their life, everything changed during this pandemic, and we saw a 300% growth in Khalti in past few months. Yeah.
Thanks, Amit. Maybe I'll move on to our next speaker, Anil. I know you are synonymous to banking in Nepal, but how do you see the SME, MSMEs in from a banker's perspective? I think just to set the stage, Anil.
Thank you, Sujeev, for that. I'm glad that Amit is here as well, because as he rightfully said, from the start of this pandemic to now, the whole paradigm has changed in terms of fintech, in terms of banking, in terms of what MSMEs and SMEs have to do. I've always believed in most countries, and definitely true in Nepal, MSMEs and SMEs are the backbone of the economy. while the big national corporates and multinationals that operate in Nepal is the face that we see of the economy, the MSMEs and SMEs are actually the backbone that keeps things ticking. Because regardless of when we were in a revolution, or when we were having bunds and all sorts of power shortages and all sorts of things, while the large corporations had a lot of problems dealing with this, and many times they were shut for long periods of times, the SMEs, the mom and pop shops, the little manufacturing units, the restaurants, they were all open. And if you look at Nepal, in any city that you go to, and a friend of mine said it many years ago, he said, "You're a country of SMEs and MSMEs." And I said, "Why?" He said, "Because under every house there is a business." This is not true in most other countries, but if you look in any city, any town, any village in Nepal, under every house there is a business. Kirana pasal, a little kirana pasal, a momo shop, a motorcycle repair shop. I don't know what it is, but it's always there. And regardless of whether we're having 18 hours power shortage, whether we are having a revolution to change the fundamentals of the country, these businesses are up and running. And guess what? This pandemic, for once, even after the earthquake, we saw them up and running. But the pandemic, for once, has really put them in a very, very difficult position. And banks, the central bank, the finance ministry, with waivers in interest rates, with reduction in interest rates, postponement of payments, so on and so forth, we are trying to help. But when we talk to our SME and MSME clients and we say, look, we've told you don't have to pay, you need to pay only after 6 months, your interest rate has been reduced and all, they say, no, Anilji, what are you talking about? We're not even thinking about the bank now. That is not the sort of rahat that we are looking for at this point of time. My major problem is, how do I pay the rent? How do I pay my 5, 10, 15 workers? This is my major problem. My problem is not paying the bank loan at this point of time, but the MSME space, which is the backbone of our country. We have to focus on reviving this. And unfortunately, I see a lot of talk, because the big corporations have the loudest voices. We see a lot of talk of the big corporations and the big national corporates speaking about what they require. But the small voice of the MSMEs, because each voice is small, but put together in terms of employment, in terms of contribution to the formal and informal economy, the MSMEs and SMEs, as a banker who's been doing this for decades and decades, let me tell you, the MSMEs and SMEs is what keeps our economy ticking. And we have to, at this point of time, identify what is it that they require. And let me tell you yet again, it is not only the reduction of bank interest rates and the postponement of repayments of installments isn't going to cut it. They need more help of a different sort. And at this point of time, we all need to sit together and see how do we give them the space. And if we give them the space, they will bounce back. That resilience in the MSME and SME that I've seen over the years is phenomenal. But at this point, if they don't get the space, it is going to be very difficult for them. Thank you.
Thanks, Anil. That's a good way to set the stage, and I think very important. Yeah, we also in our researches we've seen that MSMEs in Nepal really dominate the private sector landscape, and their voices, there's very little of that voice that's been heard. Let me now move on to Jagannath, who is got sort of works with the Federation of Nepal Cottage and Small Industries. So maybe Jagannath can also give us an overview. We heard what Anil said from a banker's perspective. We would love to hear, Jagannath, what do you look at an overview of the MSME world in Nepal? Over to you, Jagannath.
Thank you, Sujit. Yes, Anil already told that MSME has the backbone of the Nepalese economy. Yes, it is. Data also said that MSME has big contributions to the national economy. GDP, if you talk about the GDP, the latest data shows that MSME contributes 22% in national GDP. And while you talking, if you talk about the numbers of total industries, MSME shares almost 90% in total industrial arena. So here, according to the economic census taken in Nepal in 2018, that is the first census, economic census, it said that there are 923,356 industries, including large industries. So MSMEs are 921,573. So it said that it means that, and it also contributes in employment in in big amount, big ratio. So there are almost 3.2 million employments from the industry sectors, and MSME shares 2.7 million in employment generation. So here, if you talk about what is MSME sectors, so unlike other countries, Nepal has definitions, different definitions like micro, cottage, small and medium industry, medium and large industries. So if you talk about what investment, it has what from the local rural area to cities, it has big investments, and now mainly from the remittance. If we the peoples who are using the remittance also, who are getting the remittance also using in this sector. So this is the overall overview and of the MSME in Nepal.
Thank you, Jagannath. That's good to hear about the numbers. Yes, it is a large number we are talking about in terms of the number of MSMEs in Nepal. We would go to our final speaker, Srishti Joshi, who is the chairperson of Sabha, and maybe she can introduce Sabha a bit, and as a segment of home workers that have been impacted a lot during COVID, maybe she can share her perspective. Srishti, over to you.
Thank you, Sujivji. First of all, it's a privilege to be here, and I want to thank UNCDF and Singapore FinTech Festival for having me in this panel. Well, talking about Sabha, before I do that, I want to give you a little overview of who home-based workers are. There are 290 million home-based workers globally, and these are not domestic workers, these are home-based workers, and over 61 million in Bangladesh, India, Nepal, and Pakistan collectively. And 95% of these home-based workers are women. And in SABA stands for SAG Business Association of Home-Based Workers. We were initiated as a project back in 2009 in all SAG countries, but we've come a long way because we took it as a movement to organize and network and empower our women home-based workers economically. We are spread in 26 districts of Nepal. We have 3,939 home-based workers with us. Having said that, although we are a big population there, we are still invisible and voiceless. We are financially poor and marginalized, and home-based workers are not counted in national economics accounting system as contributors, and neither are they recognized as a vulnerable group. So what that does is we are left without any humanitarian assistance when catastrophes happen. And to boil down to the COVID-19 pandemic's statistics, it's been most devastating because the women home-based workers are hit the hardest. And during this period, after the lockdown started, their job orders were cancelled, their payments were stalled, and they were overburdened with unpaid care work at home. And we have to remember that their home is also their workplace. So they were also faced, unfortunately, domestic violence. So we, in fact, had a study launched only yesterday by HomeNet South Asia, where impact of COVID-19 on women home-based workers in South Asia was revealed. And in a nutshell, what it did show, the study showed us that 75% of the women home-based workers reported a total loss of income, and over 80% had depleted their savings and had to borrow money to survive. So we have no choice but to look into new markets and tap alternative supply chains to strengthen the livelihoods of women home-based workers. And we also fear that hunger is the next pandemic. And, after any catastrophe, we've seen that women home-based workers, they have always shown how resilient they are, how strong they are, but that doesn't mean that they don't need any help. They were out there, in the first week of lockdown. Instead of weaving the Dhaka apparel that we are into, they were busy making masks and protective gears for the public at large. So that's our home-based workers. We always strive to turn our challenge, any challenge into opportunity, and COVID-19 hasn't been an exceptional one. Thank you.
Thanks, Srishti. Very interesting perspective. And maybe I'll move on to, I would start with Srishti on the second round, is to really, because you talked about opportunity, you talked about resilience. How has been the adaptation of digital finance? Is there been, a lot of people have leapfrogged during these 9 months, and especially in many countries. I'm currently here in Kigali, Rwanda. We've seen how mobile money has gone into deep, penetrated deeply into villages. Do you see, Srishti, to start with, within the home-based workers, do you see the adoption of digital finance? Do you see the adoption of technology, using of different, selling through e-commerce platforms? Has that happened? Or is there the more tendency, like in Nepal, we see that we are into problem and we should get some support and we should have some finance coming in? It'll be good to, get your perspective. Srishti, over to you.
Thank you so much. Well, as I said, we have tried to change this challenge into opportunity, and it was very difficult. It was very difficult, but luckily, we have Amitji here, Khalti is here. We had partnered with Khalti long time before the pandemic, and we were able to, put our home-based workers on board comparatively smoothly, after the COVID-19 struck. But we do realize that there is a need to be digitally literate, and that is the survival strategy of the new normal. And what we have been able to do is we are connected with the leaders. We have 53 clusters in 23 districts. So what we have been doing is we have been connecting with the leaders and all the home-based workers who have the access of mobile phones. We have been conducting Zoom calls and trying to get their perspectives, especially after the lockdown started, how they were surviving, what we could get to them. Even the relief work that we did, it was thanks to the technology, because otherwise we would have been really cut off from our home-based workers. And in the region itself, what we are also trying to do is connect with Amazon and GoCop to help our home-based workers, sell their products beyond borders. That's another thing that we have done. And additional 400 members from Sabah, Nepal, they have benefited from an app called Mero Parcel, which we were able to collaborate with the UN Women Nepal and NCEL. So we have been able to, they can take photos of their products, upload it themselves. So that kind of digital literacy has been there. But again, access to finance is a big challenge, because we haven't had the chance to really take finance without any collateral, or they are credit worthy, but how do we access that finance? That is a big challenge. And I'm very glad we have Anil Dai here as a panelist, and I'm sure we can brainstorm, we can have a win-win situation if you all put our heads together to bring the people who are left behind to the forefront, And as SDG always says, we should not leave anyone behind, and 2030 is not too far away. So I am looking at fintech in a different way. It should be accessible and it should be affordable, because we don't have the resources. We wish we could, make all the women home-based workers carry a smartphone, but we don't have the resources. But with all the fintech companies out there who want to support this kind of a movement that's going on in the grassroots, I think it's high time we put our, synergy together. Thank you.
Thank you. That's so optimistic and so positive. So I think since you mentioned Anil, so let me go to Anil. I know Nabil launched a slew of digital products, finance, digital banking products during this pandemic. So how do you see, the linkages between digital finance and, MSMEs? And picking up on where Srishti was talking about, we have some great payment solutions that have come up. Khalti is there, many others are there. Do you see this also moving towards the lending, the other side of operations where you can get access to finance, because we are, in some of the countries we are working, we are seeing that movement taking place, especially places like Cambodia. Do you see that where you can also access, sort of credit and without collaterals? Do you see that on a digital platform, peer-to-peer lending, those things? So maybe two key issues, Anil, in terms of your own experience on how you've been doing digital banking work during this pandemic, and any opportunities on, sort of revolutionizing the access to finance world. Yeah.
Yeah, I think everyone, the key words that have come out of this pandemic, one is lockdown, one is social distancing, and the other is digitization. And the positive one of this is the digitization. And let me give you an example. I mean, Sujeev, you're in Africa right now, but for years, everyone used to give us the example of M-Paisa in Kenya and say, why don't you have an app like M-Paisa in Nepal? Everyone in Kenya uses M-Paisa and so on and so forth. When we did a little bit of a deep dive into the success story of M-Paisa, we found, because we all had apps as well, and there was no uptake of these apps in Nepal, we found that the reason that there was such high penetration of the app M-Paisa in Kenya was crime. One of the primary reasons was crime rates were quite high and people didn't want to deal with money, and so they wanted to deal with M-Paisa, and slowly they got used to it, and once they got used to it, they never wanted to go back to using cash. For us, it's not crime, it's COVID. So, for instance, Nabil Bank has had our Nabil Smart Bank app. We've had the ability to open accounts online, do all sorts of things. But it's not a question of the bank being digitized. For digitization, we need an ecosystem. We need the Khaltis of the world. We need the Sabahs of the world to say we want to go digital as well. Just because we have the goods in the shop, no one came to buy before this. But now the uptake has been phenomenal. And looking at this, Nabil Bank has set up a vertical called Nabil DigiBank, a bank within a bank, which is our digital outlook internally in the bank as well as externally. We've already launched a slew of products from EAT Nabil, which is for corporate banking, to GenN, which is an account you can open completely online, to again looking for partnerships. So one of the things we did is we partnered with Daraz, which is another, which is the Alibaba of Nepal, their branch in Nepal for selling, and they have a whole network of SMEs who sell through them. And we saw, okay, now that we sell through them, digitization is not only payment, it's data. And we're realizing the value of data. So once there's this whole lot of SMEs that are selling through Daraz, we said, we know how much their sales is, what is their turnover, so on and so forth. So let us offer them loan products as well, to say that we will give you special loans if you are in the ecosystem of Daraz, or if you join the ecosystem of Daraz. Why do you have to be part of Daraz? Because then we can tap your cash flows, and then we know what sort of financing you can actually sustain. Because not having money is bad, but having too much money is even worse in the case of SMEs and MSMEs. Along with that, we also partnered with One to Watch, who have a fund whereby collateral less, maybe you want to approach One to Watch. We are now partnered with them to give collateral free lending up to 10 to 15 lakhs, maybe a little more even to that per person. And it's completely collateral free. You just have to have a good business case, which you all already do because you have a great network, you have, whatever it is. And it's not only financing. One to Watch also gives trainings on how to run a business, cash flow management, accounting, so on and so forth. But now what we are seeing at this point of time is digital has come to age in Nepal. And it is not only now during the pandemic or during the lockdown, we need to ensure, we meaning people like ourselves, Amit ji, and all of us involved in the ecosystem, including Shrishti ji and everybody, to ensure that we move in terms of a sustainable digitization going forward as well. It's like ATMs. We don't only use ATMs when the branch is closed. Those of us who use ATMs all the time. We never go to the branch, or we use our debit card to make purchases all the time, not only when the branch is closed. Now we need to make digitization part of the new normal. And we see this happening in my house itself. I mean, my spouse, we used to go and shop, for vegetables, medicines, day-to-day, everything. Now nobody goes anywhere. Everything is delivered. And the amazing part, and my wife keeps telling me this, is the innovation and entrepreneurship of the youth of Nepal, not people of my age, but the youth of Nepal. Now, whether I want curd or I want medicine or I want anything, there's someone willing to bring it to my house. And the payment can be made, through QR code, through account-to-account transfer, through card, whatever you choose, you can make the payment. If you say cash, they will be a bit, can we do some other payment, please? Because it's a problem for them in terms of accounting, reconciliation, all sorts of things. So they don't want to take cash also. The people don't want to pay cash also. I want to end by saying, what is my vision? Nabil Bank's vision for digitization is this. The person who is selling vegetables on a cycle or fruits on a cycle has an ID card around his neck with his or her picture with a QR code underneath it. The person who comes to buy the oranges or the apples, looks at the oranges, apples, bargains, it says, okay, it's 252 rupees, will take out their phone and zap the QR code. Their account is debited. The vegetable or fruit seller's account is credited. This happens throughout the day. On the way home, the fruit seller goes to the Kirana Pasal, where they buy rice and dal and tel for their day-to-day needs. He takes out his phone and does a QR code and does the payment and goes home. The next day, when his wife goes to drop the kids at school to pay the school fees, she does the same thing with a QR code. That is digitization in Nepal. Digitization doesn't only mean doing it for the urban youth, the educated people. It has to percolate down to the bottom of the pyramid. Where hard bazaars that happen weekly in the chicken and buffaloes and the vegetables and fruits and all, where instead of doing cash deals, where over there people are doing with their phones. Today only I read some data that said the phone penetration in Nepal is phenomenal because of diaspora. Every household has one person, if not two people living abroad. So they have these phones so that they can communicate with them and talk to them. So that investment has been made by a large percentage. 80% of the women in Nepal also have phones, I've heard. And because of our northern neighbor and the cost-effective phones that come into our country, everybody can afford a phone. So the hardware is not a problem. Yes, there may be some pockets where it is a problem, but in the majority of cases, the hardware is there already. There's Amit ji and his team making softwares for payments models. There are banks at the back end doing it. And now we have the ecosystem of entrepreneurs who are saying, you want a pizza? Let's do it digital. You want your insulin medicine? Let's do it digital. So we are now primed to take off on the digital space. And I think this is going to be the catalyst that is going to boom the MSME and SMEs also. Because now their market is not only their neighborhood where people used to come and buy, but now their market is not only Kathmandu or the country, but what I would like to end by saying is Nepal Rashtra Bank has been proactive as well. They've just allowed online payments. They've just allowed for certain amounts of money for to do it digitally, internally and externally also. And this is a move in the right direction, I think, from our regulators as well. So everything is set. Now the actual the time pasina bagaune ra buddhi chalaune, that time has come for the banks, the financial sector, for the fintech companies to make sure that we have the products and services that our customers want. And if we are able to do that, I think now the Nepali customer is ready to actually, and has already moved towards digital and is ready to move more and more towards it in the days ahead as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Anil. That is, few important messages coming out. One is that Nepal's adaptation to digitization, it's amazing. We have seen in the sort of space around videos, and we have been saying around content marketing. We've been doing some work around that. It's amazing to see what's happening. And I think it's a country with 50% of the people under 25 and 70% under 35. And Anil, you may not be young, but you are a youth icon, and you've been inspiring a lot of young people to do these things, and it's amazing. So I would move on to Jagannath to talk about, when we are talking about MSMEs during this pandemic, do you see that there is a sense of being ready to jump into this digital bandwagon? Or is there that sense of reluctance? There are challenges, but we have seen, as Anil was pointing out, and as also Srishti was talking about, various transformations that have happened during this past sort of 9 months. Do you see the MSMEs looking at it positively in terms of they would want to get into the digital bandwagon, do want to look at digital payment solutions? Do you see that, or there is that sense of reluctance? So how have you viewed amongst your members and for someone who is looking very deeply into the MSME sector? Jagannath, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Sujit, once again. So MSMEs, if you talk about the MSMEs, and it's about the pandemic. In the pandemic, MSMEs obviously jump into this fintech, financial technology. So in this sense, we can say that they are very readily they are not very ready to go in this process, because most of the MSMEs are scattered all around the world, all around the country, in the corner, in the remote area also. So they do not have this educations of how to use digital. They don't have the concept and educations about the fintech, financial technology. So most of them lack this knowledge. So how to access the finance through technology, because most of the banks, microfinance institutions have the catchment area in cities and urban area. So in this perspective, so we say that most of the MSMEs haven't applied this financial technology in their industrial level. So but this pandemic has taught us the many things, that MSMEs should go into the this process also. But at the same time, so MSMEs look towards the government and the financial institutions, and as well as this financial technology service providers like Khalti. So we have to sit together on the same platform and make some strategy, so that all these MSMEs who are left behind can have access to this financial technology. Only then they can be benefited. So we yes, it has taught us, this pandemic has taught us to how we can make them aware and make them educated, and then technology, access to technology. This is what the situations about the MSMEs.
Thank you. No, I'm very curious. I mean, one of the things we have been doing a lot of research and work is on, the adoption of digitization in Nepal. Now, if you look at the past 9 months, the way TikTok actually takes up nearly a quarter of our bandwidth, and people even in the remotest villages are using TikTok. I see, people are using YouTube to cook, upload things. So people are using Viber and WhatsApp and other platforms to send out things. Facebook has become literally an alternative as a news source. So in that, is there some opportunity you see for an institution like FNCSI to see this behavioral changes in people, how we can use this positively, these behavioral changes, and to see that how can we integrate this into digital finance? So before I go to Amit, if you could just think of it and answer that. Jagannath, do you see the possibility of this? Do you agree that there has been a transformation in people's behavior, as in terms of accessing digital platform? And is there a possibility that somebody who gets very used to using TikTok and who can make videos on TikTok can also put up things on sale on Viber and on WhatsApp and on Facebook or Instagram, on other platforms? Do you see that happening?
Yes, yes, we see these kinds of things is happening in the remote area also. The people have access to mobile phones and smartphones. So that is the penetrations of smartphone is increasing. So in these years, so we see that. But if you talk about again, the MSME in the industrial sectors, so they have they also can be said that unorganized sectors. They don't have account systems. They don't have proper account systems. They don't have most of them don't have proper account systems and other business services also. So they still have little problems in the access to financial technology. But having said that, we don't need to be pessimistic. We must be optimistic with with the efforts of all the stakeholders. We can do some things to make changes in the behaviors also.
Thank you, Jagannath. I know, Amit, I'm coming back to you. So maybe, I mean, for someone, we are talking about digital finance and you're doing, typical payment solutions. So if you could really see how payment solutions are being, used by MSMEs, and if there are some very concrete examples that are, sort of this is being broadcasted through YouTube, and there people would be watching this later, people can learn about some of the payment solutions that will be useful for SMEs, and what are some of the real life examples you can give? Amit.
Thank you so much, Sujipji. Yes, past few months, I have some great learnings. And at the end of the day, one thing that we understood is indirectly, everyone is doing a lending business. Like banks do it formally with all the collaterals and everything. But the businesses, for example, say Kirana Pashal. So if someone is selling through Kirana shops, they are actually doing lending, and the entire business is running on credit. It is running like the manufacturers, they go to the shops, they put their stuffs in a Kirana shop, and then follow up in a month or so to collect the payments, right? And the credit worthiness is being determined based on the sales of that shop, and the risk that the businessman is taking to put his goods in his shop. So why I'm telling this is, when we started Khalti, we just thought about payments. We just thought about utility payments, mobile recharge, and we thought that is the biggest use case, right? Because it was difficult for us to pay our electricity bills. It would take half a day, and even to buy a movie ticket, it would take 2 hours extra, right? So that's how Khalti started. But then gradually, when we interacted more with people, the first issue was trust. uh, Earlier, people even didn't trust bank. They always trusted cash because it had touch and feel. Gradually, like the banked population, they started trusting bank, but they didn't trust wallets. They didn't trust virtual money. So even my friends, if I tell them that I'll send you money in Khalti, they would say that what I will do about with the money in Khalti, you better give me cash or you send me in bank. So they didn't want money, that virtual money. But in pandemic, we realized that people started trusting that also. Now my friends, if I tell them that I'll send you 3,000 rupees in Khalti, they started accepting it. So that is one behavior change that we are seeing, but it is not at large. Then the biggest use case that we saw and that people needed was, they want to do banking easily. So more than mobile recharge or more than buying stuffs on a platform like Khalti, the bigger use case was sending money, where people want to, like, so example, my wife would buy something from a MSME, informal MSME, say a boutique, which is not registered, but they are selling something on Instagram, on Facebook, and then what she's going to buy, she will decide over WhatsApp and or call or whatever. But at the end, when she needs to send money for that, then fintech is coming in the place. Another use case that we saw, we tied up with a company called Puryao, which was a delivery company. So Puryao, what they did is, they guaranteed same day delivery and same day payment collection. So it is just a logistics company. Surprisingly, like without any advertisement, they were getting 300 orders every day, and the orders were increasing 20% every day. It was like very surprising that a very new company, how, and people could trust that company with their money. Like every day, it was like first day it was collecting 1 million rupees, then it was collecting, like, 20% growth. So this was another thing that we realized, that these MSMEs, they want to sell online, sell through WhatsApp, Viber, Facebook, Instagram, and then they were looking for a easy channel to deliver their goods. So during pandemic in Nepal, a lot of logistics company opened, and the right way to collect the money. So why, having said this, last future that we see is, we have to find a way to do lending to this informal sector, and it is a very tricky thing, like how to find the credit worthiness, how to access the risk, how to like give a collateral free loan to an informal sector which is not properly registered. And if we can do that, then I think this MSMEs will be really it will really give very good returns, but it has good risk. Anil ji must be knowing better about it. uh, and as a fintech company, we are also thinking in a way that how we can find credit worthiness of this informal sector, so that we can bridge between bank and this sector and empower lending. Now it might require a lot of data analytics, it might require uh, iterative algorithms to find which one is easy. Like Nabil has recently launched phone loan. So phone loan is for employees, salaried employees. So salaried employees also still there is less risks because we have their salary accounts. So it is like giving a credit card, giving a phone loan, is something like giving a credit card. So still these are job holders, taxpayers, But in Nepal, a lot of them are not paying taxes in terms of income taxes. A lot of them are in the informal sector. Someone might be doing a momo thela, or someone might be selling Anilji gave an example of a fruit seller. So I was just trying to find some data that a fruit seller who comes to my house every day in a cycle, how much does he earn per month? Like we don't have dignity of labor in Nepal. We find that that person is just a fruit seller and selling on cycle. Surprisingly, he was earning 1 lakh rupees per month. His daily income was 3,500 rupees, like profit. And he's not registered and he's doing it. So if we can give loan to that person so that he can sell like not 1 lakh but 2 lakh rupees, or he can earn 2 lakh rupees, then there can be a good growth. But there's no way to find the credit worthiness, and there's no way to handle that risk. So I think the next digital there's one behavior change. People have started trusting banks. Like if I have money in bank, like I still have friends like who are well educated, but they would always put, like I don't have a lot of cash in my house. My money is in bank, but I have friends who always put 2-3 lakh rupees at least minimum. Patanjali is giving Patanjali is giving credit to this small kirana puzzles. That is kind of lending business, right? Everyone who is selling is doing lending business. How we can now how banks can intervene in that lending business and give loan of 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 3 lakh, 4 lakh. Maybe the cooperative sector has cracked it better. I feel like, I was the other day I was talking to a friend in Mahabodha, and I asked him like, do you guys don't have bank account? He says, no, I have 7 accounts in cooperative, but I am not keeping a bank account. And I said, why? Because the banks doesn't give me more interest. And here in Mahabodha, all the shops here have 7 or 8 cooperative account. And I said, what is your biggest problem? Say the biggest problem is going to the cooperative and we don't want to go to banks. We want a solution where all the money transfers can happen without going anywhere. So that use case is growing, sending money to banks or sending money to cooperative. But the other use case that we all need to work together is how we can do better lending, and that will require a lot of trust, literacy, and taking risk on both sides. Yeah, so that has been my experience. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we are coming to the close of the session. I mean, this nearly 45 minutes has just passed with so interesting discussions. I think just on a closing round, maybe 2 minutes each, if each speaker can talk about what is that one thing you would like to do, and you have other collaborators that you would like to work in your sector that would help in furthering of the fintech world. So if you'd start with that, we'll start with Srishti to say, women entrepreneurs, home-based workers, what can happen in the fintech world? Or if you were given the charge to do it, so what is that one thing you can do? We can do.
Thank you. Well, what I can do? In this panel, I would want to say that yes, we talked about creditworthiness, but I completely trust our members, our home-based workers. And when I talk about home-based workers, these are women who are not even micro-entrepreneurs. We do the training, we do the hand-holding for them to become micro-entrepreneurs. So for them, if we could use fintech to get group collaterals, that would be wonderful. And we would want to focus on private-public partnerships in future. And this is the right, doing it digitally, doing it online. This is the best time in a way where we are all connected. Right now, this festival is happening, and we are connected from 40 different cities, I believe. So that way, looking at the positive side, gaining trust in the other person is most needed, I feel. And in order to take the quantum leap, we have to think out of the box. We have to think out of the box, and we have to, take the risk. Yeah, thank you.
Jagannath, quickly, your one suggestion, what FNSCI or would like to do in furthering fintech?
So FNCSI, thank you. From FNCSI side, on behalf of FNCSI, I just want to say that so we request all partners like banks, financial institutions, banks, and then fintech service providers like Khalti, and private private organizations like FNCSI, entrepreneurs come together and make some plans to educate and to provide some what technology know-how this MSMEs, so that this can be the words user friendly, MSMEs friendly, who do not have the word like formal education. So they are just doing their businesses in their own way, in their own traditional way. So these are the latest technology, and that might be the new for this MSMEs. So from FNCSI, I just want to add how these MSMEs can have these services, this new latest technology, modern technology, because most of the MSMEs who have their industries in the rural areas, as far from even the district headquarters, must have the knowledge and educations for them.
Thank you so much, Jagannath. Anil, what's your final parting words? Something that you see that you are very hopeful about in the world of SMEs and fintech?
I think now the big banks, the commercial banks, as was rightfully said by Amit, we need to see what is the cooperatives are doing that is attracting all the MSMEs towards them, and see how we can now bring them more to the formal sector. And for this, I think the one thing we need to all work towards building that ecosystem now. No one player can say, I can do this together. We need the Jagannathjis, the Shrishti-jis to bring their institutions and their individuals into this space. We need the Amit-jis to bring in the fintech innovation and entrepreneurship into this as well. We need the big banks to bring in the confidence that we bring to the table to the market. No problem, we are there. If Nabil is there, then people will say, okay, that's fine. We're willing to go with this because we trust this bank, and they're not going to do anything, whether you're the person who is selling the goods or you're the person who's buying the goods or services. So we need to now build the ecosystem. This pandemic has opened the door, whether we step through it and actually do something with it, or as you said, sit in the back and look for subsidies and ways to fleece some donor or some government agency by making this the case study as to how it is we are so pidit and we need help from everybody. If we go that way, we will continue to be be where we are. But if we use this opportunity to say, okay, let's build that ecosystem, let's all work together so that digitization is nothing to do with the pandemic. But say 5 years down the line, when we look back, we'll say, wow, thank God for COVID. Look at this now. We have Pashmina sellers in Kathmandu selling in New York. You know, we have our Mustanko apples being sold in Doha, all being done online without middlemen. You know, the whole problem we have is the middlemen, and digitization cuts out the middleman if we get the right ecosystem going. And that's what I think we need to do.
Thank you, Anil. Amit, any final words you have?
So, yeah, top level, yes, we all need to build the ecosystem together. If I break it down, a few things that I really want to see in Nepal immediately is having a national ID and everything connected with that national ID, which it also means that a centralized KYC for all the banks, so that this can give us right status of any individual, where we can then jump into digital finance, financial inclusion, lending, and then empower them to do more business, create more jobs in Nepal, stay in Nepal, and do more business here. And yes, for that, the ecosystem, everyone has to come together, be it banks, fintechs, cooperatives. You know, as a wallet, when Khalti started, it was very challenging for us. In 3 years, 4 years, like, banks were not integrating with us. We had to run to banks for months and months. Still, we are yet to integrate with Nabil Bank. We are still waiting. Nabil Bank will welcome us someday, and maybe.
Thank you, Amit. I think I'll have to cut you off here because I've been given a message from the organizers. This has been a
we need to build the ecosystem together. Yes, sir.
Yes, I think we all will work together. I think this is a beginning. Thank you, Singapore FinTech Festival and UNCDF, for this opportunity to share this Nepal session. At Nepal Economic Forum, we are launching our Center for Digital Transformation in 2021, and we would ensure that this conversations would continue. Thank you very much, panelists, for your valuable time and insights, and look forward to staying in touch and working together on unleashing Nepal's digital world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
Thank you.